gentlemen. On behalf of the Academy of Finland, it is my great pleasure to wish you all welcome to this seminar on learning science, answering the challenges for the future of science education. This event presents the results of a long-standing educational research cooperation between the Michigan State University and the Universities of Helsinki and Jyväskylä. It has been funded by the United States National Science Foundation and the Academy of Finland since the year 2013. First, within the NSF funding instrument Science Across Virtual Institutes, and thereafter with the current funding for the support of partnerships in international research and education. In the Finnish end, this joint project has been connected to the research program, The Future of Learning, Knowledge and Skills, and directed by Professors Katariina Salmela-Aro and Jari Lavonen. Respectively, in Michigan, the leading key professors are Barbara Schneider and Joseph Krajcik. I consider it a great pleasure and privilege having been able to support and follow this highly impactful joint project since the initial preparations for the U.S.-Finnish Science Across Virtual Institutes call for innovations in learning and education in 2012. Those preparations in the Embassy of Finland in Washington, D.C. brought together the principal investigators of the project whose results we will enjoy today. I want to wish you all a very rewarding day and congratulate all the authors of the new book published by the Yale University Press entitled Learning Science, the Value of Crafting Engagement in Science Environments, and introduced today here in this seminar. Have an excellent and most rewarding day. Thank you. And now it is my pleasure to ask the Vice Rector of the University of Helsinki, Sari Lindblom, to address the audience. Rector Lindblom, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. It is a very great pleasure from my side to welcome you also to this seminar. A few notes I wanted to say about this particular project. I have had the great pleasure to follow it even before it actually started, because I know many of the scholars involved in this project. And from the beginning, from the planning phase, to me it was already clear that this is going to be a big success. And I just wanted to put some notes about why I already knew before 2013 that this will be a big thing for the whole world. First of all, I think it's really important that there is a societal need for this kind of research. So we urgently need in many countries young people who will be interested in science in general, but STEM subjects in particular. Because if I look this from the point of view of the university or universities in Finland, we need young students who will be committing to this area of research and make it as their career. So this is one thing. And this kind of project is really important because it really promises tools and ways to enhance science learning and increase interest and motivation to commit yourself to science. Then I also think that the research design of this project is really innovative in nature. And if you want to achieve something, you have to take steps to an unknown area. And this, in this project, I think it's really important that the ways you have collected data, they are also novel and very innovative in nature. So you need good data collection methods, new ones, and also you need to combine them in a novel way to achieve something big. Then, of course, if I look at the principal investigators and the group, it needs to be multidisciplinary in nature. So we need people from different areas, different disciplines, to combine their expertise to achieve something great. And this, I think, I have been following meetings and sessions earlier, and I can see how the combination of different disciplines work very well. And then, of course, each of these people who have been involved in this project are great scholars in their own fields. And then I want to say that from the point of view of University of Helsinki, there are two big areas which we are particularly proud of in educational sciences. The first thing is very scholarly research in science education, and the other one is educational psychology, especially including motivation, interest, self-regulation, and well-being of pupils and students. So combining these two strong areas in the Faculty of Educational Sciences and the whole university is a kind of predicts a success story. And then the last thing I would like to emphasize is the possibility for international collaborations, combining results to learn from each other, because if we look at the school context and even university context, United States and Finland are very far from each other. So there's a really possibility to learn from the results and learn from representatives from different countries. So I hope that all of you will very soon see how successful the project has been, and I really hope that you enjoy the presentations for the whole day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rector Lindblom. And now let us move to the very substance of the seminar, to the learning science. It is my pleasure to ask the principal investigator of the Michigan side of the project, Professor Barbara Schneider, to give her presentation. Barbara Schneider is the Hanna Distinguished Professor in the College of Education and Department of Sociology, Michigan State University. Barbara, please. Yes, of course. Okay, changing plans. Indeed, as I told you in my opening words, the principal investigators in the Michigan State University are not only Barbara Schneider, but also Joseph Krajcik. Joe was also very much looking forward to be able to participate this event, but unfortunately, he had to stay back in the United States. But luckily, he was kind enough to prepare for us a video presentation. So let us first watch Joe's video and thereafter have Barbara's presentation. Okay, here we go.
Hi, I'm Joe Krajcik, and I'm a professor at Michigan State. I've been working the last 5-6 years with Jari and Katarina and Barbara on this amazing project in which we're really trying to change both what happens in the United States and in Finland in high school chemistry and physics, really trying to engage children in the learning of science. And I wish I could be there with you, but unfortunately some health concerns are preventing me from being there. But it's a very exciting time because you're there to celebrate the release of our book, Learning Science, the value of crafting engagement in science environments. Such an important time, such an important piece of work, because this book basically shows what this collaborative international team, and it shows you the value, if we're really going to make a difference in schools, that it's not just a single person in one university. In fact, this was an international team, and we were supported by wonderful postdocs and graduate students to really try to make, and teachers, because teachers are an integral part of our collaboration. They're part of us. So it's this working together that in the last 5 or 6 years, we were able to achieve some of the wonderful results we have in classrooms, We've gone from classrooms being places where kids are just sitting there looking a little bored to places where kids are actively engaged in doing science. And we've done this through actively trying to construct project-based learning environments that teachers can use in your classroom. Looks a little different in Finland and it looks a little bit different in Detroit or in California. You would expect it to look differently because kids are different in Finland than they are in Detroit. But we can still walk into a Finnish classroom or a Detroit classroom and I see kids actually doing science. So project-based learning has been this standpoint, the strong point, in which we've gotten kids engaged in asking questions, in doing investigations, in experiencing phenomena, in working together to build explanations and models about how the world works. And we've learned a lot. We've learned much about how we can spread this. We started off working with smaller groups of teachers, and now both in Finland and the United States, we're learning how to spread this so that all children in our nations can benefit from this work. I really wish I could be there, but continue the celebration. It's a really exciting time for our children in both our nations as we really push forward helping them learn how to do science.
Thank you so much, Joe. In case you happen to be watching the streaming from this room, hopefully not, since it's quite early hours in Michigan. But thank you so much. It was great that you prepared the wonderful video for us. And now, Barbara Schneider. Crafting rigorous evidence for science policy and practice, please.
Well, thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. Before I start, I would like to thank Aristo and the Academy of Finland for all the support that they have given this project, for the grants that were made to our colleagues here in Finland that match the grants that the National Science Foundation made to us, so that essentially this was a collaboration not only of investigators, but of government and philanthropic organizations that came together around a problem that they all saw as being really important for children throughout the world. So I'd like to thank you again, and today I thought the easiest thing to do is to start by just kind of outlining the presentation that I'm going to make today so you have a clear understanding of where I'm going and what I'm trying to do. And I'm going to start by saying why we need evidence and why we need evidence for science policy and practice. Too often we have had journalistic accounts of what goes on in science classes that seems to work, but what we really need is a rigorous study, as Sari had said, that has real evidence. And I want to just speak to that first. And then why interventions are critical. And in our case, our intervention is project-based learning, and we chose this very deliberately. This third thing are the principles and criteria for testing an intervention. And I think that that's really important because it stresses exactly the kinds of methods that we've been using both in Finland and in the US to make this project what it is. Then the challenges we had, our solutions, the models we employed, the phases of our study, because in all studies, they have a certain kind of progression from development to efficacy to effectiveness, and that's the model that we're following in both the US and Finland. Then our book, a little bit about what's in our book, and then finally, where we are right now, which is really extraordinarily exciting. and something that I can't stop myself from spending way too much time talking about. So let's begin with why we need interventions. And I think that when you think about the Academy of Finland and you think about the comments that the Vice Chancellor Provost had just said, that it's really important to understand that worldwide, people want to know what works. They want to know what works so that they can make changes in policy. They can support certain kinds of educational innovations. And this information is really important if we're going to make substantive changes in what we're doing. And then if we're going to have this kind of idea of being able to test something rigorously, we need to be asking causal questions. That to be able to ask a causal question requires a very different kind of standard of evidence. And we have to learn about what programs and practices are really making a difference. I was very fortunate to be able to produce a book for the American Educational Research Association called Estimating Causal Effects. You can will go to the AERA website and you can actually download this book. It's a primer, but it basically tells you about interventions, how we study interventions, and how interventions can be used to answer causal questions. And I think what's very important is the work that we have done here. The phases that we have developed all along are to answer a causal question, which is, how can our intervention, will it impact science learning? And there isn't any big surprise here because the answer is yes. Yes, we did it, and yes, we did it in a very big kind of way. So what are the principles of interventions? And this is also important because it gives you an idea of why this project has the scope that it has in both Finland and in the US. Number one, you have to have claims that can be supported by evidence. So we're just not saying this works. Whatever we say works, there's some evidence to support that. We have to be able to make fair comparisons. That means that we have to have a treatment and control condition, and these conditions have to be randomly selected. We have to have goals, problems, and designs that are defined and that are publicly available in science. And this is something that the European Union and countries throughout the globe are all moving to open science, which means that all of the methods that you use, all of the samples that you've drawn, all of the kinds of confidentiality that you're making for the people that are involved in your study, and then everything that you publish and produce is going to be available to all other people. And through restricted kinds of agreements, you'll be able to reproduce or replicate the results of people's experiments. And this is something that has changed substantially how we do science, and this is the future of how science is going to go in fields such as social science. That would be education, sociology, psychology, anthropology. We are all moving to an open science forum. And number 4, I want to really stress the importance of how our collaboration together has been able to produce research that can be reproducible. That means you can take our code and our data and run it in your office, run it in Chile, run it in Africa, and you should come out with pretty much exactly the same coefficients. And then if you wanted to replicate our design and slightly change it, you would be able to make those slight variations, and you still should be able to, with certain kinds of variations, to come up with a replicable design and effects. So what's the criteria for testing an intervention's effect? This becomes really important. First of all, interventions have to be theoretically grounded. Our intervention, the one that we have done here, is grounded first in principles of project-based learning, second in principles of social and emotional learning, and third, which is really, I think, one of the most important parts of all of this, the rigors of science as we have come to understand them as standards of performance. So what's the second thing that we have to know about? We have to have assumptions. We have to articulate what we expect to find, because that has to be what our effect is going to show. So you have to identify those assumptions early on. And then you have to be able to have a measurable effect. And that involves trying to have a power estimate. And that power estimate really has to be made based on the kinds of populations that you're studying. And in the US, in the European Union, and throughout the globe pretty much, people are now starting to articulate the importance of having a power estimate and what that will mean in terms of how large is the effect that you get from your intervention. Then you have to have measures that have face and content validity. It isn't the case that we can just choose whatever we want. We have to be able to think about our measures and on what basis do they stand? What's the theory behind them? What evidence do we have about those measures? So again, you can't make up your measures, although you can modify, change things, but you have to be able to say something about your measures and how they relate to the existing literature. And finally, you have to be able to have rigorous analytics. And this is something that I think we share both with Finland and the US, that we have spent time talking with each other every other week, where we have an hour and we talk about what we're doing. So we Zoom and we have the two teams meet for an hour. And this isn't always that easy because there's a huge time difference between the two places. And we talk about, well, what are we doing with the data? We share our code. That has always been what we've been doing from the very onset of everything, so that basically all of the kinds of statistical programs that we use can be used in both teams. The measures defined, we're all, excuse me, developing our, if you could just accept. I got that flu, and I'm just getting over it, so every once in a while I still feel like I need to cough. So all of our models, everything that we have, we've shared, and we have code books of everything that we've done. So we're looking at like something like 500 different variables that we have that we can use in terms of everything that we've put together. So, well, what was our challenge? So what we wanted to do is we wanted to make sure that, one, if we engage students in science learning, would they in fact show that they actually learned science? So our problem was, well, how do you measure engagement? What were we going to use as a way to understand whether or not the students were engaged or not? So we decided that we would use project-based learning. Now, there's a reason why we wanted to use project-based learning, which I'm going to hold off for just a minute. But what our biggest challenge was being able to think through and foster a deep idea about what engagement was about. We spent a lot of time on this concept, and there are people in the room that were part of those early discussions. And we came up with a model of optimal learning. And the idea was that when certain conditions are in place, then kids are much more likely to be engaged in science. This is something that we published in the Journal of Science Teacher Education, and we're very excited with that particular model. And there are posters out there that basically show that this idea that we have about optimal learning can be replicated in both Finland and the US and in Chile, so that you start to see that there really was this idea that we came up with that has what we would say legs and be able to be replicated with other populations in other countries. And then what we wanted to do is we wanted to be sure that when we were engaging students in science learning, that they epitomize the scientific practices and three-dimensional learning that people were talking about globally that really mattered for young people today. And that includes making sure that young people were having disciplinary core ideas, were engaged in scientific practices and engineering, and had the material that was being taught and the kinds of ideas that were being represented had cross-cutting concepts. And that really led to very important discussions around these questions of causal mechanisms. And then finally, we really wanted to make sure that we were able to support students in solving problems, both critically and innovatively. So let's just talk a little bit about what was the system that we developed, and we developed collaboratively, that was to measure whether or not kids were engaged, so what our intervention looked like. First of all, we wanted to have an intervention that advanced science teaching and learning, because we felt that it wasn't enough just to think about what the kids were learning, but we wanted to be able to transform practice as well. We wanted to have a vision for enacting a project-based learning environment that met in the US what we call the next generation of science standards, and in Finland what they have in terms of, I believe it's called goals for science education. So that basically what we had were two countries that had both come to the idea that they needed to reform their science education programs, and how they wanted to change those science education programs followed a particular blueprint. And that blueprint was one that stressed that there were actually certain performance expectations on phenomenon that young people needed to know. And these things came across the curriculum K-16. It wasn't just something that you learned in third grade and then you didn't have to pick it up again until you were in high school. But basically, these ideas would be threaded throughout the curriculum. Then we thought it was really important when we were doing this work that the kids were actually engaged in doing science. We were really moving away from this concept of memorization. Not that memorization isn't important, but it had so dominated science education that kids were now just reading books instead of really being engaged in the actual doing of science. And then we wanted to be very clear that one aspect that young people really need for the future has to do with their ability to model, to be able to understand relationships, to be able to be imaginative in what they were thinking about and to be critical and analytical about what they were investigating. So what was our system? Well, first, our curriculum was designed around these ideas of three-dimensional learning, and we had very specific educative teacher materials. This meant a curriculum as well as articulating different kinds of activities and also showing different kinds of experiments that could be done and the kinds of materials that were needed. The second is that these materials themselves, we had to pass certain kinds of safety regulations because we were sending these out to the schools. And these materials, in a lot of places, schools did not even have sinks. And remember that this particular project was about high school science. And in some places, the labs were just basically rooms like this. There wasn't anything in them that would allow people to actually have experiments. This was the state, particularly in the U.S., in some of our schools. Then we wanted to make sure that we had very good professional supports. Professional learning was a key part of our study, and I really would like to point to Deborah Peak-Brown, because Deborah, could you please wave your hand here? She really was in charge of, one, developing part of the curriculum for the high school, which I'm very happy to say she did. And also she took the lead on the professional learning. And I've watched her as she develops this professional learning for our teachers that are part of our study. She also did professional learning here in Finland. And all of our professional learning, again, is everything we have in our curriculum is replicated with our teachers. So when they come in to learn about how you do project-based learning, they don't come and sit down there. They basically put on a lab coat and they start doing the experiments that we're going to do with the students in the classroom. And we also show them how the students feel when they're engaged in these kinds of experiments. So if they want to know something about this, we can run upstairs to our computers and start telling you, oh, well, the kids really liked when they were doing this. This didn't turn out to interest them too much. So in the beginning, when we were first starting to iterate these units, we really had a better pulse on how the kids were enjoying or not enjoying these ideas that we thought were absolutely wonderful. Well, sometimes they were and sometimes they weren't. And then finally, you have to have assessments. Now, the assessment part of what we do is really very important because the assessments have to be tied to the units. They can't just be something that you do all of a sudden, but it has to be actually deeply integrated to the performance expectations that are being speculated to be important for the students. And they also have to be ones that will make you see whether or not three-dimensional learning actually was involved. So our solution was project-based learning. And the most important thing is the project-based learning. We built these performance expectations that matched our next generation of science standards and the curriculum in Finland. And we began by the students having to ask meaningful questions. And they have to be able to explore the question in an authentic, figuring out kind of way. So you're not giving the answer, but you're basically operationalizing it so that they can come to the answer themselves. We engage in collaborative activities because everyone knows that teamwork is a very important part of the future. And then we also have tools that scaffold so that they build on one another from one thing to the next. And then finally, we are looking at making sure that the students are producing artifacts. This isn't something that is going to be just a test. We really want them to develop things, to have models, to be able to give explanations and arguments, to be able to show different kinds of things. It should not be something that just is basically short answers on a test. These are our units. As we said, we're working in chemistry and physics. These were the units that we developed. And then our driving questions. And now this is when I really miss my colleague Joe Krajcik so much, because he would be up here, he would be very engaged, and he would be telling you all about the driving questions and how we develop them, what they're supposed to do, how the students start to think about these things, the phenomenon that these driving questions are supposed to represent, and then what the performance expectations that we expect the kids to be able to do by engaging in these particular units. So these are in our book, and they're articulated there, and we also show 2 actual teachers engaged in these lessons, one in chemistry and one in physics. One of the teachers that is highlighted in the book just happens to be sitting over there. So why don't you please just raise your hand. You've got 5 pictures of yourself as you are giving your lessons with your students. These are actual lessons, and Yari's going to spend a little bit more time on showing that for you in a little while. I think that I'm going to let Yari and Joe are really our experts here. And as Sari said, it's an interdisciplinary team. I am not a science educator. I am a social scientist. I can close my eyes and tell you all about propensity score matching, instrumental variables, and a whole lot of other things that people are doing to try and make estimates of causal inference. I'm not a science educator. Thankfully for me, I met Joe Krajcik. And thankfully for me, there was Jari Lavalone, who really told me all about science teacher education and science teacher education in Finland, or I would have been entirely lost in this entire project. So what about our theory? As we said, we're going to all have a theory of engagement. Our theory of engagement is an iterative model. In fact, this last week, I had 2 students who said, Barbara, I think you made a mistake about where you put that one arrow, because that really needs to be a reciprocal arrow between challenge and issues related to skill. And skill really needs a different arrow between bored and confusion, and they explained to me why. And as you learn, if you're a professor, that your students are always smarter than you are, and they were absolutely right. But essentially what we're trying to do is we're building 3-dimensional units. We're very interested in project-based learning, but all of that is really to transform the experience of the teacher and the student in the classroom. And our optimal learning moments are those times when kids are really engaged in what they're doing. And when they're really engaged in what they're doing, what happens? Well, they're not bored or distracted. And those really are what we had called our detractors. They're not confused and they're not bored. They are enhanced, they feel good, they feel positive about what they're doing, and they have a little bit of anxiety. This is a model that's out there in the posters. This is what leads to science learning. We really have been testing this, and the good news is that in early work, it turned out that these things really did matter, and in later work, we're continuing to see them really have a significant impact on engagement, and engagement that leads to learning. Now, that's the model. Remember, I talked about that in the very beginning. You have to have a theory. We had a theory about learning. We had a theory about project-based learning. We had a way of understanding our measures of emotional and social development. But then you have to have a logic model. Why do you need a logic model? You need to know where you're going from one place to another. So what was our target population? Now I'm starting to talk, like if you think about what was the method, what were the procedures? Well, our target population were high school students in chemistry and physics. Why? Because particularly in the US, chemistry and physics are what we call gatekeeper courses. These are the courses that the students have to do well in if they want to go to college. And these are really very significant in the sense that when we talk about trying to get more young people engaged in science, when we're trying to develop more scientists, there is really an emphasis on trying to get students to learn more chemistry and physics. So for us in the US, this is a really critical, these are two really critical subject areas that really are pipeline, what we call them pipeline courses, because they're the ones that the kids don't do well in. They're not going to choose these as majors in college. They're not going to choose these as careers. And this is the area where we really have low engagement in terms of learning. So what's our intervention? Our intervention, as we have been saying all along, is project-based learning. Project-based learning that relies on the next generation of science standards, on the same kinds of things that are going on in Finland. And it has to also have a curriculum, it has to have an assessment plan, and we have to also engage in teachers' professional learning. So that is the intervention. So you can't think of our intervention just as project-based learning. That's one part of it. It also included teacher professional learning, and it also included innovative kinds of assessments. And then you always want to ask, of course, well, what are the measures? Well, they're both proximal measures, and then they're distal outcomes. And the proximal measures, one, are improved social and emotional learning, as well as questions about having them engage in science learning. And then this science learning, we're really hopeful will be also a spark and a motivation for young people, more young people, one, to take on science literacy in a very important way, and of course, for those people who have some interest, to begin to continue to do science in college, where both Finland and the US are having problems in terms of keeping young people involved in science enough to become scientists. So, now, the phases of our study. So in the very beginning, Jari and I were at a meeting. The meeting asked us to put a proposal together. He and I put a proposal together. We won the competition, much to our surprise. Well, I was surprised. He probably wasn't, but I was very surprised. Anyway, that one thing led to another, and we started, and we had a development model. The development model was, one, we knew we were interested in engagement, but we also knew you couldn't just understand engagement unless you had some kind of an intervention. So we worked together on this, and then we said, well, we can't have an intervention and study engagement without understanding social and emotional learning. So we got Joe Krychek, because Joe was our project-based learning guy, and we got Katerina, because she was our educational psychologist in social and emotional learning. And then all of a sudden, we had a 4-person international team. Yes, we were a great and are a great team. So we started off really with a very small group of students. Our first presentations were at the World Education Research Association meetings. We came together, we had meetings in Finland and in the United States. And then by 2017, we were really ready to engage in a serious kind of field trial. Now, our book, the Learning Science book, is about that field trial. And we decided that we were going to write that book because if we waited until where we are right now, we will not be analyzing those results until the spring. And then the bottom line is it takes about 1.5 years to write a book. That means then work that we started in 2016 really would not be published until 2022. And we didn't want to wait that long because we felt that it was really important to get out our story much sooner than that. And so in 2019, 2020, we engaged in our efficacy trial, which I'm going to spend the last few minutes talking about because it kind of builds on the book and where we're all going next, which is the last part and what we're looking forward to us doing. So here is the book. The book, it's really very important. I'd like to say thank you again to all of the wonderful people in Finland and in the US that worked on this. They're the 4 of us, but the 4 of us know the book could never have been written. It never could have resulted in what it did without all of the people that are here and listed, because they are the ones that really made the work possible. This takes a huge team of people to engage in this kind of initiative. So again, thank you to the Academy of Finland, and thank you again to the National Science Foundation and everyone who really made this possible, and Yale University Press for, of course, giving us this wonderful opportunity. So what is in the book? The book is our results of the field test, what we accomplished in the field test, our design process, our student learning, which was a single case design, which is very different than what I'm going to tell you about what we're doing now. And we see improvements in engagement, and we see transformation of teacher learning, and we also see student learning. And those 3 things, which we were so excited about, are the reason why we wrote the book. We wanted to show the units because the units were really producing effects in student learning. We wanted to talk about what was happening to the teachers because we saw a transformation of teachers. And then, of course, we wanted to be sure that people understood that you could make a difference in science learning. It was possible to move the needle, and we thought this was a very big opportunity for us. I want to say thank you again. There are many teachers here that are in the book, and I want to say thank you to you all because they were involved in the interviews. They let us observe in their classrooms. They let us come into their schools. They were our partners. They told us whether our units were any good, or they were positively the ones that also iterated those units when they didn't work out so well. Because all of what we've done, there isn't a blueprint for. This was all new. And it was new in very interesting kinds of ways. So the sample in which the book is based on is 1,400 students, 50 teachers in 20 schools in Finland and in the US. Our data collection, we did surveys, interviews, observations, pre and post measures, and we did the experience sampling method. Outside there's a number of posters about the experience sampling method. One thing that I think is very important that isn't out there that I want to stress, the experience sampling method was invented by my dear colleague Mahalya Csikszentmihalyi, who just retired this year. He used a pager method in the beginning, but now how we're able to do this is really the result of a Google engineer, Robert Evans, and he and I worked on this idea that you could be getting a very different kind of way of understanding emotion in situation. That has never been done before. This was something that he and I were able to think about in terms of randomizing experiences so that you could be able to look at them collectively in the course of a particular day and over a certain period of time. So here's the experience sampling method. It's on your phone. It takes about a minute and a half for kids to say how they're feeling when they're engaged in a particular activity. So I just want to say we measure social and emotional learning in PIRE. We call it PIRE because that was what the National Science Foundation called the program under which they funded us. But it's also important to know that we used measures from OECD. Some of these are really taken directly from the PISA, and then we also were very interested in doing other kinds of innovative design work on other emotions that we thought were really important to include, like SISU and what that meant in Finland and how it got translated into the US. We were very interested in issues of perseverance, indetermination, and we worked with these ideas. We had to translate them up and back with each other, and we ended up, I think, with a very different and innovative way of thinking about emotionality in classrooms. So the field test of the case design, which is in the book, which explains, you'll see, whenever you see the peaks are what happens when, in fact, if you look at the baseline, this is the baseline, and then when what happened during project-based learning and the intervention, and you can see that the emotionality went up. Then it goes down during we call it the traditional science learning, and then it shoots up in the final stage. So this is what got us so excited when we looked at this across these 1,400 kids, that we said, we got to write a book, and we have to write a book right now. So now, I just want to get to where we are right now. Because things looked so great, of course, we went into an efficacy trial. Our current findings, we have a new team now. This is all of the people that are working in the U.S., because you can imagine now we're looking right now at 6,000 students. We've got students in California, we have students in Michigan. We have randomly assigned these students to different control and treatments. We're also in our second year of looking at what happens when teachers engage in project-based learning for a second year, so we can study maturation. Anyway, so I want to thank all of these wonderful people who are still now. Let me just quickly tell you about what we've done. We're a much larger study, and we included California. We have the similar kinds of data collection efforts, with the exception that we have now a real randomized controlled trial. We have a pretest measure that was not ours. It's a science independent measure. We have a post-test measure that was not ours. So we're able to meet all of what we call the What Works Clearinghouse standards. We have measures that we are looking at to make sure that we don't have differential attrition from all of the students and teachers that are in our study in our schools. We also have sensitivity measures to make sure that to understand how many people we would have to invalidate our responses. We have done every kind of test. We're in the middle of doing heterogeneity tests right now to make sure that what we're finding is real. And what's happened is we actually have a main effect. We're able to raise imagination, increase interest in pursuing science careers, and we have growth in teacher engagement with scientific practices. But it is really the case that we have a real treatment effect. We have a treatment main effect on student learning. This is, I can tell you, I've spent my whole life doing educational research. This is unbelievable. This is truly unbelievable. I don't have to do one thing. I don't have to trim. I don't have to do anything to get these effects. They're all large. They happen. Let me just tell you real quickly. So Everybody has to take a pretest. The pretest is here. This is a standardized measure, and then these are the differences. These are the differences, and you can see that the treatment is on the top. So for kids that started out low, look how much they grew. This is the middle range, and then these are the kids at the high end. And this, what makes this so interesting is that across all of these different students, those that start with low science, medium, and then high achievers, we're still able to get this kind of an effect. And we get this effect on an independent summative test. We did not write those questions. They were given to both the control and the treatment group, and yet this is the kind of effect that we get. We are, I still, every day I pinch myself and say, what did I do wrong? This can't really be true. But I've been really very happy about this, and it's extraordinarily exciting. So for the last few minutes, what are our implications? Well, the evidence is really strong. And these effects hold across all racial and ethnic groups, gender, and region. The largest effect were for kids in the lowest group, which we're also very happy about because we have a large proportion of Spanish-speaking students. We're a mile from the Mexican border, and we have put everything into Spanish, and we can still see this effect, and it's really working. That the effects hold for both chemistry and physics, and we've done all kinds of IRT and analyses to make that. And it appears that the biggest driver that seems to be making a big difference here is modeling. That modeling is such an important part of learning relationships, working together, seeing how things come together and are separated, that the modeling part, which we do through a computer, and this is work that has gone on by Concord, that has really made a huge difference. But someone said to me, Barbara, well, what is it really? Why do you think you're really getting all of this? And I said, well, think about it. It's because the kids are doing science. You learn science by doing science. The cars crash into each other. The sodium explodes. And we have this young man in California who did videos of every single experiment and put it together in his own film of doing science. It makes a difference when you actually are engaged in science. And so I'd like to end with a quote from John Dewey. When our schools truly become laboratories of knowledge making, not mills fitted out with information hoppers, there will no longer be needed to discuss the place of science in education. So I can only tell you, wait till next year, and we'll be back with the story of the main effects. And this project does not end with this seminar. It just is beginning. Thank you.
Oh, yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Barbara, for this very exciting, excellent presentation. Now there is plenty of time for questions and comments. Who would like to start?
Because I like very much this approach of randomized control trials. How exactly, because I often get this question from reviewers when I publish my work, how exactly do you control what is happening in the control group?
You don't control anything in the control group. Yeah. The control group is just a group of people that basically are doing their science. You just identify them as a control group. Yeah. You have to learn, of course, you give them surveys and you interview them just to make sure that they're not involved in what you're doing in project-based learning and the other things. But it's not like you are controlling anything about them. It's just basically they're just teaching like they normally teach. It's the treatment group for whom this is a different intervention.
Oh, but as I said, very often from reviewers, we have these concerns. I will tell about this afternoon.
Yeah, I think that this just happened because there was a misunderstanding, I think, on the part of several people that were in social science about because of the word control, but it isn't that. It's never been that, but you have to keep explaining that to people over and over again.
Someone else? Yes.
Thank you very much. It was interesting to see this large effect you gained in your research, and it's very clear that there is engagement, increase in engagement and affective factors, and also in learning outcomes. But what do you think, what connects these two aspects? Of course, we can imagine that we have engagement, but we don't have learning outcomes which are desirable. Somehow I feel that the key ingredient is the modeling, the success in modeling and the direction it gives to successful learning. Can you tell a bit more about these connection points?
Sure. So remember that the engagement is measured throughout these different units. So typically, and I'm not saying that every single lesson is a success and that there are not times when kids get bored or disinterested or, are going to stare out the window. But that what we've done very deliberately is we have tried to build these units, and Deborah will, she can talk a little bit more about this afternoon, so that they tie from one to the other, so that they're not separated segments, but rather learning progressions that move and thread from one unit to another, so that what you're learning in one situation is going to have carryover to the other situations, which I think is also something that I didn't say that I think makes this happen. The modeling, I think, is particularly important simply because of the fact that it is also mathematical and it's analytical, because you're having to think about more than one relationship at the same time. You're looking at two relationships and trying to understand their interactive effects on each other. And you start to learn then, by modeling, you're going to learn the vertical versus the horizontal, and you're able to see these kinds of things in a very different kind of way. So you understand, well, as you grow taller, you may get heavier, but maybe you'll lose weight because you shot up and you didn't eat so much anymore. So it's that kind of thing that makes you ask questions about, well, how do these two things work together? Why do they not work together? What do we expect will happen? Will they move like this or will they move like that? So it's the questioning. It's the challenge to your mind. It's the fact you don't know the answer, but you're striving for the evidence. So it's the questioning that really makes the difference. So if someone said to me, well, what do you really think it was about the modeling? I think it's because it's not that there's an answer right away. You have to think about the situation, the phenomenon, and then start to raise some questions about, well, what do you think this actually means? And that's where I think the real benefit comes.
Thank you, Barbara. I would like to ask myself one question, since
Sure.
you said that according to your results, project-based learning increases science learning indeed across racial and ethnic differences, gender and religion. Not when it comes to gender, ethnic, gender, religious differences, diversity. Finland and the United States, Michigan, California are quite different worlds in a sense. But regardless, your results, when it comes to, since Finland being quite homogeneous culturally, ethnically, and so on, United States quite the opposite. But the results were similar regardless. So were there any differences?
Okay, so let me be, and I'll give you a little bit more of a deeper social science explanation to this, because the main effect held for both African Americans, Hispanics, Asians, whites. It held for both boys and girls. Now, the heterogeneity models that we're running right now, was there a difference between boys and girls? That's a different question. And the answer to that right now appears to be yes. There was a difference between boys and girls. It doesn't take away the main effect, but it also suggests that there was a difference between boys and girls. And the interesting thing about the difference between boys and girls was that, and this is something that we didn't expect, that we saw, that we really were surprised about, that girls didn't like taking, they sort of would get less excited about the higher the challenge. So they would back away from things that really were extremely challenging, whereas boys really went after things that challenged without reservation. So there are going to be differences between racial and ethnic groups, but if I were to put them up there for the main effect would hold regardless of all of those. But if you started to look at heterogeneity within subgroups, then you would see that there are differences. Now, are they statistically significant? We haven't worked them all out yet, but we're in the process of doing that right now.
Thank you so much. I think it is time for us now to move on, in case, yes, take our next speaker. Thank you again. Thank you, Barbara. And our next speaker is Deborah Peak Brown from Create for STEM Institute, Michigan State University. Oh, so that was Deborah, your presentation was included in Barbara's presentation. Okay, sorry about that. That was my mistake. I thought that you were about to add something, some points, but okay. Yes, of course. But in that case, we could have time for a question or two if anyone wants to ask something more from Deborah and Barbara, but okay, very good. Let us move on. Sorry about my confusion. Our next speaker is one of the PIs from the Finnish side of the joint project, Jari Lavonen, Professor of Physics and Chemistry Education, Department of Teacher Education from the University of Helsinki. Jari, please let us find your presentation. Yeah. So there's the presentation. Let me dim the lights a little bit.
Yeah, if it is just possible to take some lights here from the beginning of the hall. So, dear Mrs. Vice Rector.
Just one moment.
Okay.
Do we have an expert with
Expert.
Okay.
Okay. So we live with these circumstances. So, dear Vice Rector, dear Risto from the Academy of Finland, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen. So I'm so happy to introduce the Finnish part or piece of Finnish work and introduce how we have been collaborating with Finnish teachers in our PIRE project. In Finland, we call it Research Practice Partnership. So the data I am using in my presentation is coming from the our scaling up. The US have scaled from Michigan to California. We scale up from Helsinki to Espoo. So it's a not so huge jump. But anyway, we have been earlier during the last 4 or 5 years working with about 20 teachers in Helsinki, and now we have 10 teachers in Espoo. But first, I would like to thank you, first the Academy of Finland for financing the project, and then of course our US collaborators. It has been wonderful for collaborating with you, and also the Finnish team. So there are many researchers from our faculty, and they have been really expert in different fields, and this kind of interdisciplinary collaboration have made this project possible. So I will have some introduction, 2 slides about the situation related to student engagement or interest in science and careers in science, and then some words about new Finnish curriculum. Barbara mentioned about the next generation science standards in United States, and the basic ideas in Finnish curriculum and standards in US are quite similar. And then a couple of slides about the research practice partnership with teachers. I introduced the module. I have some video clips from the classroom situation, and the teachers and students have given permission for having those short video clips. And then my main message is that what we get out from our scaling up, and maybe some words about how this kind of scaling up is, what it is telling about the progress, and some comparison between the previous data. So it's true that students are not so interested about science in many Western countries, and actually in Finland it's one of the worst situations in the whole world how science topics are perceived by students. So there are 2 examples of the PISA questionnaire items. I enjoy acquiring new knowledge in science, or I am happy working on science topics. And the scale is about how many students agree or totally agreed with these statements. So in Finland it's very low compared to OECD average. It has been in United States, but in United States during the PISA 2006 and 2015, there has been a positive change. US has been one of those countries who have been successful to make science more engaging. Perhaps the next generation science standards and work related to that has made the change. But in Finland, we are still waiting the change. And actually the data related to the engagement has decreased in Finland. And also the science careers, how attractive are the science-related careers in the field of engineering, science, medicine. So this is an overview, but if I take the data from just Finland and US, we can see that there are not so many young people in Finland who says that they are interested about, or they think that they are working in science career when they are 30 years old. Only some 15% of the young people think when they are 16 years old that when I am 30 years old, I am certainly working in the field of science. And this is also something that the US during the last 10 years has made a big progress, and US is, in US it's more than 35% of the young people think that I will work in science. Of course, I am sure that US needs even more. And certainly Finland needs more people to be more science-oriented, science career-oriented. So the kind of starting point for the project will be right to the project plan that there is lack of interest in school science and science careers. And then we start this research practice partnership with Finnish teachers in order to make middle school, high school science more engaging. So we have been working both middle school and high school teachers in Finland, and design teaching modules in collaboration with US teachers and follow this project-based learning approach. In Finnish language, we have also project learning, and it has a little bit different connotation as it has in this original idea of US people. So it is, as I will explain later, what we mean with project-based learning, and make it more clear. It's not just a project as usually done in schools, but it's more related to the curriculum aims and real science aims. So the questions, what kind of teaching modules our research practice partnership produce, and are we able to make science more engaging, and did students learn? Ismo was asking about engagement and learning, so I have some evidence also about this learning and how it is related to engagement. So that was the introduction, and then something about the new science curriculum, few ideas. In Europe, there have been a strong discussion that science education should have similar activities than real science. And actually the Horizon to 2020 project have been emphasized that students should get better experiences, similar experiences close to what scientists are doing, and that they have a kind of hypothesis that that kind of teaching and learning could make science more engaging. And this has influenced to science curricula in many European Union member states, and I think also in Finland. So I'm not going to details, but just making kind of, in a nutshell, what is the big idea in our science curricula in middle school and high school level. So the core ideas, that has been a long time in Finland. We have reduced the number of concepts and number of topics to be included to science curricula. And we are looking for core ideas, as in United States. And what is the meaning of core ideas? They are important, they are explanatory, they are generative, and they are relevant for students and of course for science. So that is the meaning of core ideas. And then the practices, scientific practices and engineering practices. This is coming from the Horizon ideas and also from the many other countries. And students' role in learning. Students should be in the center in learning, knowledge building activity, and collaboration. So these things are emphasized in our curriculum. And if we take a look for the kind of big aims in physics and chemistry in middle school and high school, there are more aims for practices than the core content. So they are really emphasized the scientific practices in our curriculum. And then what is new in the latest curriculum is the integration of transversal competencies in Finnish language, laaja-alainen osaaminen, to science aims. And the practices, they are the way how scientists and engineering are working. Of course, we have to remember that school students are not adults, so the similar type of working are now looked in our curriculum. So asking questions, relevant questions, in order to plan something, that is emphasized. And in engineering type, defining a problem to find an answer. Planning and carrying investigation, analyzing and interpreting data, developing and using models. Ismo was also raising this modeling and coming up to new ideas in science. Mathematics and computational thinking, explanations, engaging in arguments and obtaining evaluation. Communication is also the part of the practices. So this is in a nutshell, and there are different ways how those ideas are communicated in our middle school and high school science curricula. So this is important in the curricula. And we can see a lot of similarities compared to next generation science standards in United States. So the curriculum has, in at least my understanding and colleagues' understanding, a good orientation. But nothing happens at school if teachers are not adopting those ideas and find appropriate teaching and learning methods support the achieving of the aims in the curriculum. So there is a lot of research about teachers' professional learning. And quite common outcome of this research is that short-term lectures doesn't support teachers to get new ideas. More long-term collaboration or practice, or this research practice partnerships are needed. collaboration, reflection, and contextualization. So the teachers' professional learning should be connected closely to the classrooms, what's happening in the classrooms. And I think that this has been crucial in our Finnish teacher collaboration, that we have been planning together with teachers this project-based learning teaching modules, implement them to the classroom, collect data from students' learning and engagement, communicate the outcomes to the teachers, make the next trial. So several iterations have been made. I think Panu and Ari and many teachers who are here, they know that we have done maybe 5 or even 6 times the implementation of the modules to the classroom. And in a very nutshell, what is this research practice partnership I emphasized in my talk? So the teachers are not implementation people, they are part of the research team. They are positioned as members and innovators. They are able to participate in the design of the teaching modules. And we appreciate each others. We understand that both have expertise. Teachers are expert of the practice. They know exactly what kind of students they have. They know exactly what could be done and maybe what not could be done. Of course, they have learned a lot how somehow something that doesn't look so friendly for them is possible to implement. So they can make this kind of steps to the zone they have never been. And then in a partnerships, both are investing time and resources and both benefit of that. So that is in a nutshell our understanding of teacher collaboration. And the next is the example of the teaching module designed together with teachers. But before I go to the module, I should say something about engagement, because that has been crucial. While we have been designing with teachers, we have always been asking how to make this more engaging for students. And then we trust also that it is supportive for learning. So there is also, from this area, there is a lot of research about what wake up situational interest or situational engagement, and what is the difference between personal interest and situational interest, and so on. But we know that content, the context where content is met, and the type of activity, they could have an impact to the situational interest. And I take one example of the literature review. So the Potvin and Haasni made a literature review and about interest and motivation and attitude towards K-12 school science. And they find a little bit over 200 articles where the researchers have good design, a strong evidence that this could be supportive for engagement or not. So they were really selecting the papers, they take a very close look. They find only 8 articles that were focusing that how inquiry-based science education could wake up students' situational interest or engagement. Of course, there is a lot of work done in this field, but really papers that give strong evidence about the influence of that to the engagement. There were only 8. And only 2 of them report improvement in interest. And among those papers, there were 9 that were focusing to the collaboration, the nature of collaboration, what is the influence of collaboration to engagement, and 8 was reporting improvement in interest. And actually, it's not easy to find a paper that is describing a project that there is a strong evidence that inquiry orientation is influencing to students' engagement. Somehow in literature or political papers, the inquiry as such is mentioned to be engaging students, but to give an evidence, that is not easy. And then more detail, as Barbara mentioned, in the Csikszentmihalyi theory and way how he is measuring the engagement, and Barbara together with him. So we have followed that idea in our measurements. And we are now focusing to the situational engagement. and it is something that is not stable. It is varying from the situation to situation. So according to this model, there are 3 preconditions for engagement. So the topic or activity students met that should somehow facilitate the situational interest. Student skill related to the activity or topic should be good enough. And the challenge is important. So with teachers in Finland, we have been discussing that how to make this enough challenging for students and also support scaffold the learning that students feel enough skill in order to overcome the challenge. So these 3 preconditions are important: situational interest, skill related to the task, and then challenge of the task. And in general, there is, of course, a lot of research about engagement. And in general engagement literature, it is recognized 3 different types of engagement: the emotional engagement, cognitive engagement, and behavioral engagement. In our understanding, these all 3 areas of engagement are met in this model. So the cognitive engagement, for example, it's related to this feeling of skill and challengingness of the situation. Barbara already mentioned several times the project-based learning, and this is in a nutshell how we interpret the idea of project-based learning in the context of science education. And of course the science aims in a curriculum, that is kind of starting point for planning the project-based learning units. The driving question in the nice table Barbara had, there was a driving question of each module. So it is something that is guiding the process of learning. It is challenging. You are not able to answer it in the beginning, but you will answer shortly during, for example, 2 or 3 week project. So the project means that you are having a challenge and you are solving it and making a report and communicating the outcomes. So the students are then exploring the driving question and are active in knowledge building. They are the main actors in learning. They are participating scientific and engineering practices, knowledge practices, similar to scientists. They are collaborating. They are building up artifacts. They could be written models, and nowadays more and more computers are used, and they could be graphs or tables or whatever. They are artifacts students are discussing. Around them is happening a lot. And the role of teacher is important, and formative assessment in the scaffolding process. So now let's go to the more detail, and I will give you an idea that what kind of modules we have had in Finland, supporting students to engage in project-based learning. So the learning outcomes of this example, it is about Newtonian mechanics, the simple things that students should learn in the first grade of the high school, upper secondary school. And the outcomes are described in a little bit US style, combining the topic, concepts, and the skills, so the competence type of aims. So the students should learn, or they demonstrate a positive outcome if they can analyze data on the motion and recognize when the object moves with constant or changing velocity, and analyze the relationship between the force, action on the body, and the mass and the acceleration, and also apply scientific and engineering practices. So this type of learning outcomes are for the module we designed with the teachers. Models of motion, Newton's second law, and scientific practices. So this is from the, Panu was mentioned already, so you are quite often mentioned here, but this is from your classroom. So my data is from Espoo city, but this is from the Panu. Panu is the teacher in Helsinki. And let's have a look how Panu was introducing the kind of idea, introducing the driving question. So he started with the demonstration. And it's a short video clip.
Voisi olla, että meillä on suodatinpapereita, joita sitten kahvinkeitossa voidaan talkita. siten, että täällä on ekana 1 kappale suodatinpapereita ja sitten täällä on laittu sisäkkäin, niitä on 2 kappaletta. Ja voidaan lähteä pudottamaan näitä. Suunnilleen samalta korkeudelta yhtä aikaa lasketaan putoamaan. Voidaan havaita jotain. Mitä Amanda havaittiin?
Se oli 2 sivua.
Sitten
So the teacher is not giving the driving question, it starts with this kind of demonstration, waking up students to think about. So they're coming to this kind of question, guiding the whole project, that why do some objects take different time to fall down? And actually the demonstration was not only that, he's continuing with the filters having 2 and 4, 4 and 8. So those who know physics, they know that when you have 16 and 32 filters, they come about the same time down. So it is actually amazing for students and engaging. This is really physics that they are is engaging students. And of course the contextualization is important. Before they are starting to make this project, teacher is contextualizing, giving some video clips about the falling and why the velocity is changing and why the velocity is changing. After that kind of introduction and coming clear with the driving question, students are starting to plan. They are starting to ask relevant questions in order to make an investigation. And here the role of teacher is really important. Guide students to find proper questions to find an answer. And after this kind of session, when the students were planning the questions, there was a discussion maybe in small groups, and then they come to the idea that we have to make research on the phenomena movement, and then we are going more detail why the movement is changing, why the velocity is changing. So first one topic and then to the other topic. And this is an example how students, when they have a clear understanding what is a driving question and research questions, they are able to plan investigation and also make measures.
näyttää, että tulee jotain semmoista näköistä kuvaa.
I have slide
Se voi pitää, joku voi pitää tuolla ylhäällä ja sitten sen alapuolella. Saatte itse päättää, mitä mittaa. Tässä ei ole mitään väliä, miten mittaa, mutta saatte itse päättää, miten tässä voisitte kokeilla useamman ja sitten ottaa vaan.
In quite systematic way, they are able to make measurements and coming to the looking for the data and then analyzing and interpreting the data. And then we come to the communication. The communication is important. What the one group is finding out and what the other group is finding out. So I skip this slide, but another example of the communication of the findings. So this was our module, and now we are looking what is the influence of that kind of learning to students' engagement and learning outcomes. So in the Espoo city we have project-based group and control group. We have this kind of quasi-experimental approach. There were altogether 3 classes data I am using here and 2 classroom data for the control group. So there were over 1,000 engagement measurements in the whole data in both groups. And honestly, it's a more convenient sample type. It's very challenging to have teachers committed to this kind of work, and it's not possible to have random selection of the classes and teachers. And then we were using those mobile phones for measuring the engagement, and students gained beep to the phone and they were answering in random situations. But the questionnaire was exactly the same for students. And we were asking how you feel about the main activity you are doing now, how challenging you find it, what is your skill, related to the activity, and is this interesting? And in this theory of engagement we are following, if all those three are high, then we call that students are in optimal learning and they are engaged in learning. And in addition, we were also asking what is the activity type they were doing. Are they asking questions or building up models? An example, when students are answering to the phone, and for students it takes a short time to give an answer, what is their emotional situation. So this is now from Espoo, and in average, in randomly selected situation, in about 88% or 8.8% of the random situations, students are engaged. These are examples of the classes, 4 classes, and typically the average is 8.8, but there is variation between the classes. Classes are not the same, they are different, but also the teacher's style is different. And that's why it's very important that in the teacher's professional learning, we are having the collaboration among teachers. They can learn from each other how you make this situation more engaging than I was making. Another example of the data, how engaging were the scientific practices, asking questions, developing a model, using a model. So different kind of practices students reported they were making, and then at the same time reporting how engaging was the situation. And here I have the project-based learning group, the experiment group, and the control group. And we can see that in the control group, in the kind of ordinary teaching, so we were not controlling the control group, but the ordinary teaching, students never are asking questions or developing models. Or actually, this is the data about the engagement. It is only when the situation is engagement, but you can see that there's hardly never in the control group. But in the experiment group, there was this kind of situation. And what we can see in both groups, typically the situations where students are active in scientific practices, it is engaging them, especially asking questions and developing models, and also the making argument based on the data and the previous knowledge. But more frequently they are engaged in the experiment group. And then some kind of summarizing the project-based learning group and the control group. What about in general the scientific practices and the collaboration situation? So in the experiment group, these scientific practices were more engaging than in the control group, but amazingly, the collaboration situation in control group were more engaging. So actually, this is not a big data, and how to generalize these outcomes is challenging. And if I compare this data to the work we have done in Helsinki, we have collected the data in many years, but 2015, 2016, and 2017. And we can see that after working a long time with teachers, you can make a real progress. For example, how engaged students are in scientific practices. In general, about 17% of the situations they are engaged, but you can see that between the years 16 and 17, there is a progress how the teachers feel they are engaged in the situations when they are following the scientific practices. So teachers can make and support the change, and also the collaboration situation. So we are very interested about what happens in Espoo in the next year when teachers are more familiar with these approaches. And something about learning. So we follow this quasi-experimental design. We design a questionnaire together with teachers, and we were asking the questions for measuring the type of knowledge, so the conceptual knowledge and procedural knowledge, and also the cognitive processes were not only, never almost memorizing, but more applying and generating something new. And then multiple choice and open questions. About 30 minutes time was allocated for the pre-test and post-test, so that is somehow should remember how much time in the classrooms we can use for this type of measurements. This is an example of the question measuring the conceptual knowledge. So there's a slow time video, and there's a kick of the football, and then the students are asked with this kind of multiple choice item that what are the forces and actually what are the direction of the forces acting on the ball, and give the name of the forces. So example of the cognitive test. Example of the item measuring the conceptual knowledge. And the item that is more measuring the procedural knowledge or scientific practices type of knowledge. So there is a sledge going down, very Finnish type of phenomena, not this winter, but previous winter. Sled going down, and students are asked, please write down 2 questions that guide you through the process. You are able to measure something and investigate the relation between something you are able to measure. So a question that is guiding you to the inquiry. These are 2 examples. And then the conceptual knowledge test, there is a points and the experiment group and the control group. So there is no difference between the conceptual knowledge, and actually the control group made a better progress in the test, but both made a such statistically significant progress with the conceptual knowledge. There were no small difference in the beginning, no difference in the end. But let's have a look for the procedural knowledge. So there was better progress with the experiment group compared to control group, and only the experiment group make the difference between the pre-test post-test was statistically significant. So there is also positive progress, no difference between the conceptual knowledge, but positive progress with the procedural knowledge or knowledge related to scientific practices. So final comments, my time is going. So the project-based learning could engage students in learning through engaging students to scientific practices, and it supports student scientific learning, especially the procedural learning based on the ESPO data. And research practice partnership engage teachers in the co-design of the project-based learning units, that's important, and several iterations are needed. So my data was from ESPO from the first year, but the data from Helsinki from the several year gives some more deep view to the teachers' learning. So this is all I was planning to share with you. Thank you for coming here and listening my presentation.
Thank you very much, Jari. Thank you so much, Jari. One question or comment, if anybody wants to. Yes, Elspeth, please.
What are meaningful differences between you emphasized the difference between procedural and conceptual knowledge, but for me also your procedural problems had a very strong conceptual root. So.
Yeah, that is true, and especially in the next generation science standards, they are emphasizing that you are never able to make distinction between the conceptual and procedural. They are always together. So maybe the emphasis was more in procedural side, and the first emphasis was more. But you are right, they are always together in those items.
Thank you. Thank you very much again. And now it is time for us to move on with the program. Our next speaker is Professor Katariina Salmi-Laaro, representing the Department of Education and the Minds Hub in the University of Helsinki. Please, Kata.
Thank you so much, Risto. So it's nice to be here and kind of celebrating our book. So we have been collaborating for many years, as you have heard, and this is now the day when the book is out. So it's I think in doing science is hard, so we also have to take celebrate when we have some achievements. So I think it's really great to be here. So first of all, I really want to thank Risto Vilkko and Academy of Finland, because without that we wouldn't be here. So this has been really a great opportunity, and we have received a really nice support from the academy the whole way. Of course, this is collaboration with the NSF, so also NSF has been really supportive, and I think this is a great example of this true collaboration with the two science foundations, and we have learned a lot in a way. And then I really want to thank Vice President Sari Lindblom, who is here, and actually she's from our advisory board. Tomorrow we will have also the advisory board meeting, and it's really important that you have really good advisors, because this project has many angles, so we need to really kind of also every now and then think about. And also Risto Hotulainen is here from our advisory board, so we are really thankful for all the advisory board members as well. And actually Mari Tervaniemi, who I noticed that she's there as well. So and then I also really want to thank this collaboration with Barbara, who's also my dear friend, and Joe Krajcik. This has been really an exceptional journey. So I think that with Barbara, we already started some like 10 or more than 10 years ago. So this has been a really true collaboration. And when you are really intensely working, so like as Barbara said, we have these Zoom meetings, through, it's kind of like Skype program every other week during of these several years, so that we really discuss about every details of the study. And really, I mean, countries are different. I mean, you can understand that collaboration between Finland and US, there are a lot of challenges, but we have learned a lot on our way. So I think, and of course it's too bad that Joe Krajcik couldn't come here, but we saw this excellent video. And this is not the end of the project, this is just one of the milestones on our way. And then, of course, the teachers and US teachers, Debra is a wonderful example, and then Finnish teachers like Panu and Taina and Ari and Timo, all the excellent teachers who have been collaborating, and so it has been really a great opportunity. But of course, this is, even though I'm presenting now some slides shortly about some of our fundings, this really is a collaboration with the researchers. So we have had this excellent opportunity, having excellent postdocs, excellent grad students like Jing Tang, who is from China, and Katja, who is actually Opettaja, it's nice in that way that originally from Finland, but living also in Michigan. So building really these networks has been really a great for us, and Visayani analyzing all these challenging questions. And so you cannot do this alone. And my background is in psychology, but this excellent collaboration with Jari Lavonen has been wonderful, so that we are really coming from different fields, but you learn a lot when you are not in your own field, that you really kind of have to learn that, okay, because like my background is not in science, chemistry or physics, so I have learned a lot from Jari and Kalle Juuti during these years of doing this kind of research. So I'm really happy that we couldn't have a better collaboration than with Jari and his team, so I'm really grateful for that. And of course, in today, we have this excellent opportunity that we also hear from words from OECD. So we have Stefan coming from OECD giving a presentation after me, because as you heard from Barbara, we also have some measures taken from OECD, but all the time having this background of OECD has been truly exceptional. So I'm really grateful that you came all the way from Paris, where they have all these awful strikes and challenging to come here at the moment. So I'm really grateful that you came here. But we have also excellent program in the afternoon. I was a visiting professor last year in Zurich, and then I met again. I mean, we have Professor Elspeth Stern from ETH Zurich, and actually we had our roots. We met already some kind of met already when I was year 2000, a postdoc in Max Planck in Berlin, and then already knew her research, and she has been also very active in early. So it's really And when I was in Zurich, I read their journal, and then I learned, oh, they have these aha moments there, what they are studying there, and we have these optimal learning moments. And then I was so happy to meet Elspeth Stern again, and we are so grateful that you came all the way to here. So after the lunch, we will have a presentation given by Professor Elspeth Stern, and then we have also excellent visitors from Taiwan, Meichu for giving also the keynote. So I think this is really super opportunity. And then we also have, now when we have lunch after Stefan's talk, we have also many posters, because as I mentioned, this is not only one person who is working, that we have several excellent students and postdocs working on this. So you will hear more about their work during the kind of like walking lunch. So we have just take your plate and then go and discuss with the excellent researchers in this team. But then, of course, because the topic is also how to get girls and young people towards STEM, so we have also excellent opportunity afternoon have this painting who come about technology and women. So we also kind of our background is also to get also more girls engaged in STEM fields. So that's also one of our aims for the study. But because the topic is kind of engagement in learning, then we have this great opportunity that Kalle Juuti will also do something more engaging for us in the afternoon and get also the teachers and students engaged, so we get and see the real work being progress. So I will talk shortly some of the issues of this background. So when we started this collaboration, Finland was still pretty much on a high in terms of PISA results and kind of celebrating, and it was kind of like a important collaboration for the US also to get to know what's the kind of secret of the Finnish schools. But of course now all the way we know also the last PISA results that we released in last month. So we can see that there is a really statistically achievement going down, and particularly in science. Science was the only one in which you could see statistically significant decrease. So we really need to take these seriously into account, and that's why we really need to these projects which really focus on science and achievement in science. And one other issue, of course, as Barbara mentioned, that in the US, the results are even more evidence for minority students and maybe different ethnic backgrounds and so on. And we discussed that, okay, Finland is quite homogeneous, but there is also many things happening in Finland that the Finnish society is changing quite rapidly during these recent years. And this is a book what we released some weeks ago, and we studied the socioeconomic inequality and student outcomes in different countries. And together with actually Barbara's previous postdoc, Kathleen Sisimelski, I wrote a chapter about Finland. And what we are really seeing now, that we do have this increasing inequality in Finland. So those students' achievement who come from the lower socioeconomic background compared to higher socioeconomic background, it's rapidly increasing. And that I think is something that we really have to take seriously into account in our society, that our society is really changing. And of course in the US you have a long history in this topic, and we have a lot to learn. So I also think that in that way this kind of project is really important to think about these minority issues and how really kind of like increase the equality in society. Because now I think it's the time to act before this achievement gap really rises too much. So now it's still kind of like we can handle it, but if we don't do anything, we cannot handle it anymore. And of course, last point was this issue what Jari was mentioning, that actually the motivation towards STEM is really low in Finland and STEM careers. So it's actually one of the lowest in all OECD countries, and actually US is quite high. So that we really have to try to get students more engaged in these STEM careers, because it's really important for our society and our future. And this model you have seen many times already in this Barbara's presentation, but this was kind of like our guiding model. So this was like theoretical model what we made. And now we have been testing the model empirically, so really focusing on those optimal learning moments. We can call them maybe also like best learning moments, something when the students are really engaged, a little bit in this like flow state. And so we, as has been discussed, that there are kind of like 3 preconditions, so that students learn skills, students become interested, but also the challenge is really crucial component. And that's something what the teachers need to kind of learn to scaffold. So what's like the optimal challenge? How much challenge? You have to have challenges that you learn, but if the challenge is too much, you freeze, you get too stressed, you get too anxious. And again, if the talent is too low, you get bored, you are not engaged. So actually, I would say that this challenge is something of the key component in which it's kind of like psychological component, but then it's also the kind of like a issue in which we can really collaborate with the teachers, that the teachers learn how to scaffold the challenge part in classrooms. And as you have heard, in this project, we really use this new kind of approach using the experience sampling method. And it's actually not so new, as Barbara was mentioning, that Barbara is the pioneer of this work. So actually many decades, actually they were the first with Csikszentmihalyi who introduced this approach. So we couldn't have a better partner to collaborate with than Barbara, because she was the one who started this field. Nowadays it's kind of like many people are using smartphones to collect this kind of experience sampling data, but hardly anybody knows that actually Barbara is the one who introduced that method to the science field. So that's why we were so grateful to have Barbara. And really, because it's totally different when you look for moments or when you just use like questionnaires and ask generally. It's totally different issue. So that's why we use these experience sampling methods to get these optimal learning moments and many other issues. So also, of course, this ASM is very good for asking for different emotions, so asking for these learning enhancers, asking like stress and anxiety in those situations. So it's really great opportunity to use that kind of approach. And actually one of the key things what we have learned during this project is that these situations, these moments matter. So often like half of the variance of this engagement, of this optimal learning, it's in these moments, in these situations. So it's not a trait, something what the students either have or don't have, but it is in those moments. And I think that's really kind of also optimistic for our study, for the teachers, that you can really make a difference. It's not a trait, but it's more like state. So students do develop, moments differ. So there's a lot of room for improvement. So that's why I think that's like the key, one of the key messages we want to get through is that these are not traits, but they are states, and you can make a difference. So we were really doing for this, and of course, as Barbara was mentioned, that there's like more distal and more like more proxical outcomes and more distal outcomes. So mostly so far we have only been able to work on these more short-term outcomes. But our aim, of course, is to also get students to these careers so that we really have influence on their choices when they make their decision what to study, where to try to get in, and where to work on. So, of course, when we work in the classrooms, but we also have this approach that we try to get to some extent that we could have a difference in terms of the student choices, but also achievement. And some of the key components also, Barbara already mentioned that in the Finnish concept we have this word sisu, which Angela Duckworth has introduced as a grid. So we are also asking about the sisu moments. So what are the kind of moments that students are really feeling gritty and they don't really want to let go, and they are really kind of having this strong perseverance. So there has been some critical discussion about this grit concept, but I think in the Finnish concept, it's really crucial and important. It's kind of like background in our identity, and that's why it's important to also ask those moments when students are really gritty and they don't want to let go and they don't want to give up of those moments. And actually this picture down there, that there's a Csikszentmihalyi, and that picture is taken when we actually were in the same meeting with Barbara about year 2000, so about 2 decades ago. We didn't know each other at that point, but it will turn out that we have both been there, because that was the moment when this kind of positive psychology was developed. It was a meeting organized by Gallup in Washington, D.C., and positive psychology was grounded or founded in that meeting. Of course, we don't need only positive psychology, we need also negative psychology and integrated. So I think now we need a new paradigm, that because we need really challenges also. We cannot have only focus on positive moments, but that was the meeting when this positive psychology started. So it was quite a historical meeting. And when we are looking for these experiences, these optimal learning moments, we have to understand that this analysis of this data, it's not so simple, because it's kind of like multi-level data. We can focus on those moments in the down there, but we also can go to the student level. So we can ask those questions that who and when. And that's why we always have to, when we analyze the data, we have to take this multi-level data into account, that we cannot just. So that's why we really need different kind of people in this project. We need to have very good statisticians and methodological people around here as well. But this just shows that when students, in those moments when they are interested, they are not, they are gritty and they have this sisu and they don't want to let go, for example. So these are just some examples of those moments. And also the emotions, as Barbara was mentioned, that it's really that you have those learning enhancers. You need to have this stress and anxiety to some extent, but if it's like increasing too much, then it blocks totally the learning. So that's why it's really crucial to know what's the best amount of that. Also, we do see some gender differences there in the Finnish context. So like females are experiencing to some extent more stress and anxiety in the science classrooms, and that's of course something we should work on. Then we have been working together with Jing Tang, and he has introduced a lot about these new kind of ways of analyzing data using this network analysis, so that we are looking for those moments, and in the right-hand side, you can see the optimal learning moments. But then we are looking at what kind of issues are happening at the same time when people have these optimal learning moments. And that's something what you can discuss with Jing during the break. But he's really showing that, for example, that when students have the optimal learning moments, they are kind of concentrating, they are feeling successful, they are also feeling that they are achieving their goals, and they are to some extent more gritty and happy at those moments. They are less likely to be anxious, they are less likely to be lonely, they are less likely to be bored or frustrated. So that tells us something that what are important when students are in these optimal learning moments. So that they concentrate, they feel that they are succeeding or achieving their goals, they are feeling to some extent in control, and they are really doing things what are important to them. And they are less likely to be bored, lonely, anxious, or to give up. So those are really important issues what we learn about those optimal learning moments. Then one interesting thing what Jing has been working recently is about interest and curiosity, because actually interesting issues has been, interest is important, but is it enough? And how is it related also to curiosity? And And that's, I think, one of the messages of his work is that besides, kind of a curiosity can be part of interest, but we shouldn't only focus on interest, but this curiosity can be really important because that often leads students to asking these questions like why and how and so on. And I think that's some of the issues what Stefan is also working in, this kind of creativity and critical thinking, that I think this curiosity can be a really crucial component, that not only interest, but really having this curiosity, that we have this mindset, students have this mindset of really wanting to know more, not only being interested, because sometimes interest can be also only this kind of like more happiness part, or just, but you really that you want to know more, you want to know, ask these difficult questions, and you want to kind of get answers to those, as Barbara was mentioned, this really doing science, that they are really in the mood or mindset of doing science. And then with Katja Upadhyaya, we have been focusing on this kind of like moments. So when we are comparing again this so-called normal teaching or regular teaching and project-based teaching, then we were looking for this optimal learning moment. And we actually could find that during the optimal learning or the BBL, we could increase the amount of optimal learning moment. And it is partly one of the components is this challenge, so that teachers learn how to calibrate, how to scaffold, get students also feeling this optimal challenge, and really get this moment that you are curious, you want to learn more, and you really want to kind of really not only perform better, but really like learning, more this mastery learning approach. But of course, it's not very easy. And that's why we really need to work together with teachers so that this anxiety or this challenge don't increase too much. So in that way, we are really seeing that this BBL really gets young people engaged. And that's just last point what I want to raise, that now we have been focusing quite much about like individual student, but this is really like shared. So we are looking also how this kind of like really looking for the role of teachers, the whole classroom, not only the individual student, but how these are like spreading from one student to another. So that's like a kind of our model also for the future, that this collaboration part, not competition, but collaboration part, which is really crucial. And just last slides, I just want to show that there was also a question about this performance and socio-emotional skills, and our results really show that these socio-emotional skills, they really predict achievement. So it's not only cognitive part, but it's really as much emotional, social components which play a role. And just the last slide, I just want to show that we also have people from school day here. So now the next step, we are also developing some kind of new tools, and it's great to collaborate also with maybe more applied, so that you could have an influence on the classrooms. And we also got this new funding in IE in learning, which will be, which we are really thinking about new ways in which to promote our work, because as I said, this is not the end point of our work, but this is just one milestone, and I would think that also we will have a new book for sure for the future, because as I say, that this is now just the preliminary findings, but then because it's quite challenging to really get an influence to really change like achievements, the way in which Barbara was showing you the results today. This really needs a lot of work and really collaboration with many people. So I really want to thank you all for coming here, and really also want to thank the whole team of collaboration, because one person cannot do this, but this is really a true collaboration. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Katarina, and once again, congratulations for the new beautiful book published by the Yale University Press. I'm afraid we have to postpone the discussion with Kata to the lunch break and move on with the program. The next presentation will be given by Stefan Wieser-Lacran, Deputy Head of Division and Senior Analyst from the OECD Directorate for Education and Skills. The title of his talk is Learning Science and Creativity and Critical Thinking. Just one moment, I will find your slides. There it is. Stefan, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and congratulations for the release of the book. So it's really my pleasure to be here. Actually, this project has been one of the sister projects of another one OECD project I'm going to talk about, and it's really nice to see how actually all the work went together, and actually it's also great to see that you could go one step further than what we've been able to do, because what I'm going to present is very much related to actually the book, that is the field part, rather than actually the final estimate that Barbara has shown us, and has many commonalities. I'm going to talk a bit. So what I'm going to try to discuss is so a few words about what we know on changes in science practices in the classroom, and I'm going to go very quickly on that, but just to make the point on how things need to be changed and why we are doing this work, and take it from a different angle. So from the angle of the development of all these 21st century skills that everyone is talking about, or innovation skills. So that was mentioned in the presentation before on collaboration, 21st century skills. And what I would like to highlight, and that's kind of the takeaway, that when you try to develop these different skills, actually you're trying to do what Barbara and Katerina and Jari and Joe have shown, that is actually just improve teaching and learning. At the end of the day, that's what you're trying to do, and even so the perspectives are slightly different, that's really the ultimate goal. It's really one way to do that. So, and I'm going to finish about what we've learned and what we've learned from both our project, the PIRE project as well, and what's coming next, or what should come next if we could do it. So congratulations, and let me start by a few sobering, or perhaps not so sobering, I don't know, remarks on what's changing. So we're talking about all the need for change, and that's one of the things that we've been doing at the OECD, trying to actually see what is changing in education systems across countries. So we've done some work based on PISA and TEAMS and PIRES, and just to see, we have a lot of information about classroom practices related to reading, science, mathematics, and we just try to see over the 1 decade, what are the kind of practices that have changed or not changed. So basically, when a practice or the exposure to a practice by a student remains the same, we say that there is no innovation, there is stability. When there are big changes in one direction or the other, we're saying that there is some of the big changes. And so what we found is that, in some way, there is more changes than we tend to acknowledge in education, so there is a little bit of change all the time, but it's very moderate nonetheless. And certainly there is much less change than what people like us are talking about or believe there, there should be in many countries. And science actually is somewhere in the middle. So if we look between 2006 and 16, there has been more change in mathematics, and actually reading is where there hasn't been that much on average, and science is somewhere in between. Most of them have come from technology in many ways, so that it's more the use of computers in the classrooms, etc. Or, in the case of science, the use of simulations, for example. And the US is a good example of that, where one of the big changes in science education has been the use of computers for doing simulations to learn science. So even so, it's not changing is not, of course, a goal in itself. You want to change for something, and in some cases, if you get it right, don't do anything. But what's interesting is that if we think, for example, of the United States and all the discourse on the new generation science standards, well, the US is not one of the countries where there has been that much change in many ways, so both in primary and secondary. But here you can see the information we have, across countries. So basically, these composite indices represent more or less effect sizes multiplied by 100, so that we get something which is more. And you can see that for almost all countries you have a moderate change, so that would be a 0.3 effect size if you standardize all the changes on all the 130 variables that we have actually examined. In a few countries only there was a lot of change. Again, changing is not great in itself, so that I'm not saying that it's necessarily a problem. It just gives us an idea of how much there is. And so secondary, everyone moderates, so nothing special in many ways. So to give you one example, and which relates to what we've just been talking about, what is the opportunity of 15-year-olds, so that's taken from PISA, 15-year-old students to actually explain their ideas in science lessons. So that's one of the things that, in principle, if you do the kind of project-based learning that Barbara and Jari have been talking about before, you should be doing a lot. And in fact, there has been very little change on that, so stability almost everywhere. And you can see, if you look down here, I don't know if you see now, that part, here you have the level, so you have the percentage of students who are actually exposed to this practice quite often, and you can see that in Finland, you have 21% of students who have a teacher that gives them the opportunity to actually express, explain their ideas all the time, and it's twice as much in the US. So even so in the US it's decreasing, so there is less opportunity now than there were 10 years ago. It's still twice as much as in Finland. And you can see that you have a lot of discrepancies across countries in how science is taught and learned in many ways, but that it's not always changing as much as we would want or in these different directions. So nonetheless, more encouraging news. If we look at all the different types of active learning practices that we've seen, everywhere it's mainly an increase that we can see. So there is more exposure to that. But of course, interestingly, if we look at rote learning practices, that is the same. There is also an increase in these kind of practices, because education is a mix of different types of things that you do. And so before, what's encouraging is that I'm showing something which is really for science, for the active learning. Rote learning is all discipline, so it's not quite comparable, but I wanted to just make the point that sometimes more memorization can also come with more active learning in itself, and the two things can go in the same direction. So why do we, so that's just to say that, there is a need for change perhaps in some, and that things are changing, but perhaps not at the pace that we would want to see, and that and in some of the practices that we believe are very effective to engage students to make them learn better, there is more stability than what we sometimes believe. So how are we going then to meet all these new challenges, or all these great ideas that policymakers and actually all of us are talking about? So what we've tried to do at the OECD over the past, more or less the same as PIRE, actually, 5-6 years, I would say, is to see how we could try to develop these 21st century skills for innovation skills at the same time as, we continue to do the work on technical skills or the knowledge, and the procedural and content knowledge that is so important. So the reason why is basically, that there is a big need in the labor market for that. So I'm showing just one example. That's the survey of employers. So that's HR directors and CEOs of big companies that were actually surveyed. And what they tell you is that today, what are the top skills that are in demand in the labor market, or to do your job? Critical thinking, analysis, you can see, creativity, original initiative, active learning and learning strategies. So a lot of things that we're talking about here. And when they're asked what will become even more important in the future according to you, then actually you can see that these things remain. So that's, people consider those are some of the top 5 skills. I could show you a lot of other kinds of market research that is done on that topic, and they say exactly the same. So, and actually in the book I've presented, we are reviewing all these different things. Another study that we've done is actually asking people who are tertiary educated and in employment, what are the skills that they use in their job. And they were also asked, so that's a study that was carried out in 19 countries, European countries, 18 plus Japan. And they were also asked if they work in an organization that is at the forefront of absorbing innovation and if they contribute themselves to innovation. So when they said yes, we considered that they have a highly innovative job. And when they say no, that they don't, And then we try to compare what's the difference between those having a good job and an innovative job and having a non-innovative job, and how do they use their skills. And here you can see that, coming with new ideas and solutions is one of the things that differentiate them. Same with the willingness to question ideas, so critical thinking, creativity, communication, opportunism in some ways. And so if, these are the jobs that contribute to more innovation, which is currently one really of the key drivers of the OECD economy, that's really one of the direction that education should be taking. So here what it says is that if you're having this kind of job, you're 4 times as likely to say that it's very important in your job to come with new ideas and solutions than someone who isn't. Interesting point is that it doesn't imply that it is the most critical thing that you're doing in your job, So in fact, the thing that everyone says is the most important for them is using my time efficiently. So everyone says that's the most important skill that, in my job. But that doesn't differentiate those who are highly innovative and those who don't. So the big question is, how do we manage to develop all the different types of skills that are so important? So we've categorized them for this project in 3. How do we develop at the same time technical skills in different domains, so the know-how and the know-what, the procedural, declarative knowledge, but also the higher order skills, creativity and critical thinking, which require a bunch of other ones, and the social and emotional skills that also are so important and all related. So I'm not going to go into the relationship, but obviously the reason why they overlap is that this thing overlaps, So if you're not persistent, you don't learn anything. If you don't know anything, you cannot be creative or have any critical thinking, etc. So there are these kind of relationships between different elements, which is why we need to think about them together. Very important point, which actually was shown in PISA, that was illustrated already in the discussions before. You could actually be quite good in your achievement in science and have no interest or not much curiosity for science, etc. So that these things are related, but they don't necessarily come together. So the idea that just because you are doing having a great score in PISA, for example, in science achievement, does not necessarily imply that you're going to have people who are interested in science or curiosity for that, or which will be good communicators, creative in science, etc. And so that's why we need to pay attention to all these different things separately, and that. Not make the assumption that everything necessarily comes together. So what did we try to do to make this thing progress? So we've looked at, so here I'm going to focus on science education. In fact, as part of our project, we've tried to understand what all these big words mean, because there is overall a consensus that this is important. I rarely meet people who tell me this is something that we shouldn't do. We don't want people to be creative. We don't want people to have critical thinking. No. Most teachers agree, policymakers agree, and now all the curricula in the OECD area and beyond actually have these goals as one of their objectives. And so the big question is really, what does it mean in practice? So what does it mean for a teacher to do that? And once I was asked that question, so Stefan, I fully agree with you. Tell me now what it means for a 9-year-old student to be creative in mathematics, and I'm going to write the textbook for you. That was a good question. And so we started to say, let's try to find out a bit more, what these things mean in an educational context. So we've worked with a lot of people, and the first thing was, how can we articulate, so what does that mean? With the idea that teachers already have a tacit knowledge of what it is, they already do it, but there is no codification in some ways of what this actually means. And so what we want to do is to make it tangible. So we want to show what it looks like to do it, what kind of activities you should be doing, what does the output that the students produce should look like, what kind of assignments should come with it. But it's also challenging, so that you have to have a professional learning opportunities, and that's really one of the things that has been very much developed as part of the PIRE. And you need to actually do intervention research, and you have to understand why things are working, how they're working. And I think, again, here the PIRE study and what our US and Finnish colleagues have done is a really great example of how you can do that and why it is so important to do it. So we've done it over 2 school years in 11 different countries, so with a lot of people. So there is a huge variety between US and Finland, as we've said. Well, there is also some differences between all the different countries that you have on the screen. And we added some difference, even so I'm going to focus on science education, is that we worked in mathematics, science, and arts education and project-based, so that we have a variety of disciplines as well. So if we focus on science, and we recently, one of the first questions was actually how do we define all these different things? So actually, many people believe that it's very difficult to define. Well, it's like in any field, the experts don't agree, so that you have slight differences, but overall I would say that there is a strong consensus on what creativity means. Critical thinking is actually surprisingly much closer to the world of education, and so there is a much better understanding of teachers of what it is, but also there is slightly more variation, I would say, that conceptually among the experts. But we know what we're talking about, more or less. Creativity, that's the ability to produce work that is both novel, at least to me, and appropriate, so that it's not just anything that is new, that is necessarily creative. And critical thinking is just, the ability to evaluate alternative theories and positions, So what's an important point is that it's not problem solving as such, and it's not just about finding the truth, It's also being able to see how it relates to some other ones. So these 2 things are very much related in the sense that they involve very similar cognitive processes, the high-level thinking, the in many ways slow thinking, but they do not have the same objective. One, creativity is to produce something which is going to be new, whereas critical thinking is to evaluate and have a position on something. So the objective is a bit different. But it's very much actually intrinsic to science, or people doing science. So here I'm just showing you some, to change. Usually I would take Einstein. That's the one that we always take. So we take Feynman. That's another, which is pretty funny and spoke a lot, so that you have a lot of nice quotes about him. But actually, he was talking about the creative process in some ways, and saying that it's basically 4 different steps. Experimenting, doing something, imagining, deducing, and guessing. And that there is much more imagination than in science than people would actually be willing to recognize. And also that there is actually something of the importance of creating some artifacts, which could be an experiment or even something, and saying that what I cannot create, I do not really understand. So the very strong importance of doing things. In science, imagining is very special because you have all these different rules, and so what he says is that it's imagination in a straitjacket, and because you indeed have to do all these different things. But one point that is really critical is the importance of critical thinking, and what's at the core of critical thinking is doubt and uncertainty, and the understanding that actually this may always remain. So all the questioning aspects of it, there is no learning without having to put a question, and a question requires doubt, curiosity as well, but that's really one of the things that should be very much nurtured. So one question we had is, how do we actually build a social representation of all these different things? And what we thought is that we have to do it by creating a bank of resources that actually teachers can go to. So what we've tried to do is to have different types of artifacts or scaffolding materials for teachers. Rubrics, which is something which is pretty common in the English-speaking world, but not so much in the rest of the world. I would say it is the one that we have been working with. Examples of lesson plans, so that would be the curriculum units, you know, in PIRE. Changing the assessment, so how do you change these different things? And also trying to see, and here I must say we've been less successful, how do we show different levels of proficiency or acquisition of all these different skills? So how can we exemplify that? So we've used rubrics as in different ways. First way is really to develop activities or redesign your courses and making sure that you're trying to intentionally develop all the different types of skills as you are kind of teaching. So here that's what we've called the conceptual rubric. The conceptual rubric is really done for that. You know, it's a way to observe your classroom and to redesign your courses. So what you want to do, you know, we have, you know, 4 big dimensions: inquiring, imagining, doing, and reflecting. Of course, that's what I highlighted in Feynman's quotes. You know, that's just to show that there is a connection. And then we've done a lot of different versions of that, some which are generic, and then some which are field specific for science, mathematics, music, visual art, etc. And we've done it for 2 dimensions, creativity on the one hand and critical thinking on the other one. So you can see it takes me longer to read it to you than you to have a look, you know, for that. But basically, you know, it's really the inquiring, identifying a question, and question the assumptions and the, you know, and of theories. So think of what could be some other possible models, you know, as typically you would do in project-based learning. Consider several perspectives on the problem so that, you know, you have certain types of problem that would work better, and then explain the strengths and limitations. So, you know, where does the uncertainty lie still, you know, etc. For that, what we've realized is that, you know, the teachers in the field started with these rubrics, and after the end of the first year, we saw the actually examples of course coming back to us, and we realized that the way people interpret all these things can be quite different from one place to the other, and they're not necessarily aligned with what we had in mind. So that's not enough, and it's a bit like, you know, you're giving people the definition of a dog, but they have never seen one, so that sometimes when they send you the pictures of the dogs, you know, it may take some time before, you know, we all agree on what it is, you know. And so that's why you need examples as well that show here are some possibilities. And not just one, you know, because we have a lot of different types of ways of doing that, different types of dogs, you know, that's, but we wanted things to inspire people and make them see what it looks like. And actually, that's also part of our collaboration with the PIRE project, and some of the units that we actually have were developed, and some of the best ones, you know, so we've had them peer reviewed and tested, and actually were developed as part of, you know, the project and by colleagues at Michigan State University. And actually one on the evaporating is one of the unit that we, you know, that they have actually adapted for us, and that is part of the work. But otherwise, it's a previous one, which was also done by Joe and colleagues, you know, what controls my health. And that's a very long and very nice, I'm not going to go through it, unit, but which basically is supposed to just help teachers to see at how you can actually develop these different skills while you are doing actual science. So I'm not going to go through that. Just want to say that the way we want teachers to use the conceptual rubric for that is actually then to map the lesson plan to the rubric. So ask yourself, at what point in my course am I actually trying to develop these sub-skills of the students? When do they have an opportunity to do this and that? And if I show you the actual one, and it's on our website, so you can actually see a few of them. We also make sure that you keep in mind the technical learning outcome in science, so it's not just about creativity or critical thinking, it's also about the learning of science, and so you have to be very clear on that as well, what you are trying to learn at different stages. So what we found is that the rubrics in themselves were not enough, so we needed the examples, and we also ended up developing this kind of criteria to support teachers on how to design good lesson plans that would actually be aligned with creativity and critical thinking. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but I just want to highlight the relationship with actually, what was shown and discovered in PIRE. So the first thing is create students' state of interest to learn, and that's all the idea of the driving question. So I think that Jari showed how you start this thing, and that's something which is very strong in problem-based learning. There are other ways of doing that. You sometimes in other colleagues, for example, started with philosophical questions on some other aspects. But it's a very important one, and actually it's a tricky one. It's very difficult to, you try to find a question that you believe is very interesting to students, and sometimes they are not. Sometimes questions that are interest to us, but they're not so interesting for the students, or sometimes questions that we believe are interesting and not so interesting when you show it to some of your colleagues, and they say, oh, really, that's the problem. And that, of course, relates with the challenging part of it. What we've seen in some places is that they were actually following everything except that it wasn't challenging. So for example, one of the schools we were working with, they had something which was great on the concept of lines. So it was an aesthetic thing, and basically they were asking the students to do dotted lines, zebra lines, etc. They were 10-year-old students, and frankly, that's not challenging for them to do that. They all know what it is, and so that was one part of the problem sometimes for that. So it's boring, even so it seems to tick all the boxes. In fact, the level of challenge makes it not so interesting, and we're not engaging enough to learn something. The other aspects is, especially when you have work on creativity and critical thinking, is that you can actually turn it into either philosophical lesson or something which is a bit different, and so that you don't learn anything about the actual content knowledge, and that's really one of the big challenges. So we really always had to make sure that people kept really strongly related to the disciplinary knowledge. So in science, for example, and so that's really was one of the big things. So perhaps two more comments. One is what we found in many cases as well is that, even so this was supposed to be sometimes on creativity, every student was doing the same. And in many cases, one of the reasons was that the task was not appropriate, so either it was not really good to be looked at from different perspectives because it was too univocal, and we have some problems like that, and so, that's one thing. And sometimes it's just because there was no room for students to co-design or to engage and co-design the task, and that was one of the problem. And that relates with the two last points, that many of the teachers didn't want to actually let go of the control, and so that if you're not ready to leave room for something unexpected or something that you don't know, then actually this is very difficult to do. So what we had to do was actually to find a strike balance between structure and openness for many of them, and that was really what was very strong. So prepare a lot so that you can get things really ready, but at the same time leave a lot of room for things that to happen. We developed assessment rubrics as well, because if you don't assess what you're supposed to develop, then it's not going to work either. So I'm just going to move to the conclusion now. But I wanted to say more than thank you. I want to, let's see. Let me go straight to that. So I just wanted to conclude to also make the parallel between the two work, learning science and what we've done. So the first thing that we've actually done is that you really need good professional learning opportunities. That unless we have expert teachers who are very strong already, and you have less, if you're in a random group or whatever than you would expect. Actually, teachers really have to be part of it and have a lot of be supported in all this work. Very difficult thing is to have clarity on the learning outcomes. It's much more difficult than we thought, actually, to know exactly what you're doing and when you're doing that. Good curriculum units, as Barbara mentioned, is very important, and good examples of that, So we want the teachers to be the ones designing them, but in fact, they need to see what others look like if they are to be able to do that. And you want structure and challenge, but leave room and opportunities, which actually mean that you cannot do that with any kind of task. You have to choose also when you do this. So there is still some room for rote learning, etc. But when you do that, you need really to choose what you're going to do. So what do we need next? I think that it's great to hear that the PIRE is going to continue and you're expanding the work. Indeed, I think that what we need is really more examples of that. So instead of doing it for a few hours, have the possibility to do it in a continuous way. We need to do it in different domains as well, not just in science, but all these ideas can actually be translated for other disciplines. And we need to think of the complementarity, of all these different disciplines on that. So we need more effectiveness, efficacy, and development studies on all these different things, and which actually include all the different components that Barbara mentioned. So professional learning, some ideas of units, and pedagogy, and thinking of all these things in a more holistic way, including some assessment tasks. But we also need to have alignment in the system and actually working on what's going on in higher education. In pre-service teachers is also something which is very important. It's something that we're currently working on at the OECD, continuing a study at that level. But it's really also a crucial element. Otherwise, there will always be the disconnect between what's happening in K-12 and what we want. So thank you very much and congratulations for the launch of the book.
Thank you so much, Stefan, for your excellent presentation. Now there will be plenty of time for a good discussion and interaction during lunch break. My colleagues will provide you with lunch vouchers and show you the direction to the lunchroom. Please enjoy the lunch. Please enjoy also the posters in the aula of the building. We will be back in 45 minutes. There is 45 minutes for lunch. So the program continues 12:30. Thanks. Dear audience, may I have your attention, please? It is time for us to continue. Please take your seats. Time for us to continue with the program. I hope you enjoyed the lunch, and now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker. Indeed, this afternoon session concerns science, motivation, and learning, and different innovative approaches to it. First speaker is Professor Elspeth Stern, Professor of Empirical Learning and Instruction Research, and the head of the Institute of Behavioral Sciences, Department of Humanities in the Eidgenössische Technische Hochschule in Zurich. Professor Stern will tell us about aha moments, please.
Thank you so much for inviting me to this very stimulating conference. When I read that I was supposed to talk about aha moments, it wasn't really the focus of my research, but I thought I could integrate it into my title. We know, of course, in order to have aha moments, you have to have, you need a lot of knowledge. You really have to learn a lot in advance. So I will present some of the studies we are doing on science learning at the ETH Zurich, which resemble in very many aspects the wonderful projects we already learned about this morning. A little bit more about my background. I'm at a technical university as a psychologist. I'm there because we have a teacher education program for STEM teachers, but only for the gymnasium. So this in this tracking system, this high-level school. But I'm a developmental psychologist, and I had a long history of research with young kids. Therefore, I try to integrate both the research on science learning in elementary school as well as research on science learning at the higher level, at the more advanced level. And I do it from a cognitive psychology perspective. I wrote the theoretical background of our ideas in a Nature of Science article. It's, you can download it. And I try to consider the three storage model, very famous in psychology, for justifying what we are doing. So this morning we learned a lot about knowledge construction, and of course that's also the main idea behind what we are doing. And we know there are two kinds of knowledge. It's plausible to assume two kinds of knowledge: condensation, procedural knowledge, and of course explicit knowledge, conceptual knowledge. Both are important. They are not always, you cannot always disentangle them, but of course the biggest challenge is conceptual understanding. Procedural knowledge we just acquire by repetition, which is also important, but of course most important is to understand something. What makes science so difficult is of course the way the concepts are structured. We know it makes sense to distinguish between feature-based and relational categories or concepts. Feature-based means, for instance, ruminants, fruit, country, and there is always a smallest unit which is concrete, for instance, living being, my dog Bello, for instance. This is not too difficult to understand for anybody. Everybody independent of his or her cognitive preconditions can understand this kind of concepts. But relational concepts, which only get their meaning from the relation to other concepts and to theories, this is of course what makes science difficult. It can only be understood, as I said, in relation to other concepts. In a textbook from Barbara Omroth, I use always this example, a cousin. You cannot see from the features of the persons who is a cousin. You need other concepts like parents, offspring, and siblings to understand who is a cousin. And this is a simple example, but of course when it comes to more complicated and abstract fields in physics or in mathematics, it's very difficult. Just to show you some examples, does grass have calories? It has for cows, but not for us. So calories isn't a feature of of something, of a plant or whatever. It really is the relation between the digestive system of a living being and the food. And there are, of course, other concepts, particularly in biology, of evolution, selection, and adaptation. It depends on the interaction between individuals and the environment. Many people still misinterpret Darwin's theory as the strongest always is successful, but of course it's more complicated. Or, as we very well know, when it comes to things, to concepts from physics in force, pressure, acceleration, and all these difficult concepts, then you really have to have a broad knowledge base where you can integrate new concepts, and it's very important to understand the relation between the concepts, otherwise they don't have a meaning in themselves. In my talk now, I will focus on two lines of my research. As I said, I have a strong tradition in developmental psychology, and when I came to ETH, I was asked to focus a little bit more on older children and also on more gifted ones, but I think there is no evidence that people really learn complicated concepts differently. Therefore, I think there is not really a difference when you try to explain learning when it comes to younger or older kids. So first, I will focus on our work in improving STEM learning at the gymnasium. That means the upper level school in the tracking system. And by means of cognitive activation, I said already I don't like the word problem-based, but that's for reasons as it is used in many German-speaking countries. It's more having fun, active discovery learning, and it very often ends in hands-on, minds-off, as I call it. But of course, I really understood that the way you presented this morning was very different from that. So labels can be used differently. So we use the word cognitive activation. That really means you have to understand concepts, you have to be aware of your misconceptions, and you have to be aware of the relation between concepts. The second part of my talk will be on a big project on early physics education, a longitudinal study which is designed in a little bit a similar way. Your study has been designed and it's also ongoing. So I will first focus on the upper level secondary school or the gymnasium work. And our approach is also this design-based experimental work. What we know, of course, we'll call it the MINT Learning Center. MINT is the German word for STEM. It means mathematics, informatics, natural science, and technology. What we are doing is we ask in-service teachers how they teach difficult subjects like mechanics or linear functions or whatever, and then we say we try to work together with them where really are difficulties in understanding, because teachers often invest a lot of time on some problems which are easy to understand, and they really don't focus on the real difficulties students have. So you see here 4 teachers and the director of the MINT Learning Center. He's also my husband, Ralf Schumacher. We work together, and he, together with these teachers, he tries to improve units on difficult subjects. What we include are things like, which were very similar to what we learned this morning. First, of course, identifying learners' prior knowledge and misconceptions, formative assessment. Then using, we call it cognitively activating phenomena as an introduction. That means really starting with an interesting question, but that's very important. This question should be answered at the end of the unit. The German problem-based curricula very often are on problems nobody can solve. For instance, how can we solve climate change problems? Nobody knows, of course, and students do not know at all. So the questions we ask should really be answered at the end. And we also don't think they have to be interesting, because if we only would focus on students' interest, we couldn't focus on the things that are really important. it's enough for students if they see this is a problem, it seems to be important, and I will be able to answer it. Of course, it's nice if it's interesting, but when we look for these problems, it shouldn't be the main focus on potential students' interest, but more on concepts that should be learned. Then we have some cognitively activating activities which have proven successful in many controlled experimental studies. For instance, comparing and contrasting self-explanations, or holistic mental model confrontation, or whatever. So we really include the things that have been proven successful in studies into these units. And I will quickly show two studies where we try to find out whether it's successful or not. They are both already published in Journal of Educational Psychology, so you can read them. The first was, of course, in mathematics. I know here is the focus on science education, but the topic here is linear functions, and they are, of course, very important for many scientific concepts to understand relational connections. So it was the question whether the typical introduction or the typical way of teaching in mathematics is tell and practice. The teacher tells something, explains a formula, and students then get problems they should practice on. Sometimes it's successful, but sometimes not. There could be also, one could also reverse the order and have, with the same material, problem solving followed by instruction. We had a study where we asked the students to find a formula that describes the slope of a graph in a linear function. And we gave them some problems and they should discuss. And after only a few of the students were able to find such an equation. But afterwards, when the teacher gave an explanation, then our hope was, and this has probably something to do with aha moments, that students who first tried to find a solution but didn't find one, they were more open to direct instruction. So it was problem solving followed by instruction. To control it in a very rigorous manner, we presented all written material. The advantage was we could do it within a classroom random assignment. So we don't have classroom characteristic effects which sometimes destroy results. Half of the students randomly assigned got tell and practice. The other half got problem solving followed by instruction. These were the students. They were in the gymnasium, 15 years old. And the simple result was really that when it came to transfer problems where the students were assumed to apply this formula on the linear functions to new problems, those who learned really more this contrasting and comparing were better than those who learned tell and practice. This is the kind of research we are doing. But of course, this was this very nice controlled experimental studies, and you can only do it for one lesson or whatever. So it's really the question to what extent it is scalable. I now come to a second study. It's also already published, and it deals with the same topic we heard already this morning about mechanics. I think this is the field which is so difficult to understand in physics because one has to undergo a lot of conceptual restructuring in order to understand, for instance, that force is not just muscle or whatever, so that force is also a relational concept. And we know also traditional teaching is focusing very much on formula. So force equals mass times acceleration, and students very often are able to solve this kind of numerical problems, and we label these kind of problems as procedural knowledge, so it's a little bit different. It was labeled this morning. And a typical problem you can read here is just to figure out some numerical characteristics. And we know, not only, I think there are hundreds of studies which showed that this kind of instruction, focusing only on numerical problems, leads to competences in dealing with this numerical problems, but it doesn't lead to understand concepts. So it doesn't really lead to this conceptual restructuring, where you have to learn, for instance, to learn the difference between reactive force and equilibrium force, which is very difficult, and even a lot of students at our technical universities struggle with this. So our question was, of course, how can we bring all the experience we have already in science to the classroom? And now I present you a classroom study, this one, as I said. Here we have real teachers, and we also had a physics teacher who was also unhappy with the way he taught at the gymnasium, because he also, when he applied the force concept inventory, he saw his students, even his best one, didn't understand the concepts really, although they had very good grades in their numerical tests. So we were sitting together, or mainly Ralf Schumacher and he were sitting together for 2 years and really thinking, how can we integrate such cognitively activating methods into his kind of teaching. So our approach is really, we really want to appreciate teachers' experience. We don't come to schools and say, forget what you did before, we can tell you what's going on now. We think they are doing a quite good job, but there are some things that can be improved, and they are very open in doing it. So this was really this kind of design research. He went to his class, saw it works or it doesn't work, and then he had colleagues who applied it. We had, again, of course, prior knowledge identification, and I only emphasize in the interest of time on 3 ingredients. We had cognitively activating phenomena as an introduction. In the consolidation, we had prompting self-explanations and comparing and contrasting. So we started this unit with a I think this problem is in many textbooks. You can read it yourself, and the answer, of course, very often is it doubles now, or sometimes it's 0. But nobody understands, of course, from the beginning that it doesn't have an effect. But you can show it, though it's easy. You can show, no, it doesn't change. And this is for us the cognitively activating introduction. Students see they can solve a problem. Of course, it's not a very interesting problem for the students, but nonetheless, they see they made they can solve such an easy problem. Then, for instance, they get self-explanations. Someone believes that in this particular case there is no reactive force to the gravitational force. How would you explain to this person that this is incorrect? So really understanding the reactive force concept. Or here, this umbrella problem. Of course, it's a difference whether it's a sagging thread or whether it's a suspended thread, and they should compare the difference and explain why under one condition it will be destroyed and on the other not. I could bring many, many more examples, and they are also listed in the article. The design of this study was quite special. We only had 4 teachers, which is not much, but these teachers in Switzerland, because gymnasium teachers often teach only one subject, they have a lot of parallel classes in the same school year, and we selected 4 teachers and asked them to teach one of their class, and we randomly assigned it in their conventional way with mainly formula, and the other in the way we thought it should be done, and they underwent, of course, a training. This was a little bit, I could, of course, ask, the design isn't, it could be a little bit problematic, but of course it has some advantages because we had the same teachers under both conditions. And we also convinced the reviewers, which was a big thing to convince them, but it was successful at the end, that we also worked against us because the teachers in their conventional way, we thought they will give their best because they don't want to show they only made nonsense until now. So at the end, we had this kind of intervention, and we also had some classroom observations to observe implementation fidelity. And yeah, we had effects, of course, not very earth-shaking effects, but we had effects. The first was on conceptual understanding. COG-ACT means this was the group who got the intervention focusing mainly on conceptual change. And conventional was the group which focused more on formula and numerical understanding. At least our group had more conceptual understanding, which of course was expected, but never can be taken for granted that you get what you want in this kind of studies. We also had some transfer problems, which were a little bit far away from the unit. And we also found that of course, the COG-ACT group was better, and this was very nice. We also presented, of course, numerical problems. The problem you saw at the beginning, the Ariane problem, and we found, at least in the post-test, in the follow-up, the effect disappeared, but in the post-test we found that the cognitively activating group was better in numerical problem solving than the conventional group. Also, the conventional group didn't almost nothing but solving this kind of problems. So then this focusing on concepts is not on the expense of dealing with numerical problems in physics. This was, of course, a very nice result. And what I liked most, I will not emphasize too much on it, but we also, the doctoral student, Sarah Hofer, who was mainly responsible for this study, she was also interested in gender differences and in underachievement. And we found in the beginning that we had very intelligent girls. We also have an intelligence test going on. We always use intelligence tests. I'm a psychologist, so I can't resist having a lot of intelligence data. We found that the very intelligent girls, they didn't like physics at the beginning. By the way, they also didn't like it after the study. But so therefore motivation and interest and achievement isn't that closely related. But they really improved most. So the most intelligent girls were after this cognitively activating instruction as good as the intelligent boys. So probably it's really one way to improve girls' understanding in physics is focusing on understanding. Probably intelligent girls don't like to deal with formula force equals mass times acceleration if they don't understand force. They first want to understand force. So we think it's really a way how to improve schooling, and this unit, we have teacher development programs. We find now that when new teachers use our curriculum, of course we don't have any longer this comparison groups, but the achievement gains are similar to the ones we found in this controlled study. So this is my first thing. The second focus of my talk was, of course, long-term effects of physics education in elementary school. This is a big longitudinal study, and I already started when I was at the Max Planck Institute in Berlin with early science education. I was interested in conceptual change and so on. The question is, of course, always why early physics education? As psychologists, we know that it's not always the case that the earlier is the better. I always really try to scale down too much expectations when it comes to early education, and I don't like this sentence from this Nobel laureate who said we should invest all money in early education. I know you also don't like it. In early education, I also wrote something about it because then everything is gone. No, that's not the case. But of course, it makes some sense to start early, and we also start early in mathematics and reading. There are good studies also in Finland. I know, particularly the studies from Lehtinen and from Minna Halula on early trainings in preschool on numerical understanding is very helpful for later arithmetic thinking. And of course, we know for literacy, it's important to first have an idea of phonological awareness. Well, there are good reasons to start early. And also one question was, of course, early in our case, by the way, means not in kindergarten, it means in elementary school. And probably it's also a way to mitigate gender differences, because usually physics starts, at least in Switzerland and in Germany, when kids are 15 years old, and girls are interested in many things then, but not so much in physics. So if they would learn about physics when they are 8 or 10 and don't know anything about boys or whatever, it could be more, it would probably not get this kind of male branding. And of course, the main goal is addressing misconceptions in elementary school before they become dominant. Here is something in Finnish, I can't read it, but I hope it will not. Addressing, is it that it gets, is it harmless? Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Addressing misconceptions before they become too dominant, and also, and this is independent, almost independent of the content, conveying an inquiry-based understanding of science, that science is not just a collection of facts, but that you really have to ask questions and that you have to pose hypotheses and really test them in a certain way. So what we were doing builds on what I have already started at the Max Planck Institute in Berlin around 2000. A colleague of mine, Cornelia Möller from the University of Münster, she had her background was really in science education. She had developed 4 wonderful units on physics learning that can already be used in elementary school. There is always a subject like human beings and environment or whatever in Germany and also in Switzerland, but teachers are quite free what to do. And of course, there are only few elementary school teachers whose favorite subject at school was physics. Therefore, they prefer to teach biology or local geography or whatever. But there is, in the curriculum, there is space for physics learning. And Cornelia developed 4 topics which were really designed in a way that they started with a question that could be answered by students. She was very selective when she looked for the topics because she wanted to find important concepts like density or buoyancy force, but they should be taught in a way that you don't need these terms. So it shouldn't be that students learn to use complicated words. The idea was really to find good explanations that can be expressed in their own words. There was, for instance, one unit, probably the best one, floating and sinking. Students are asked, why does a big boat made of iron float while a little piece of iron will sink? The students have a quick answer. They say the boat has a captain or it has a motor. But of course, you can easily show, no, even if you take a pot, it's similar. So we have to further go into details. Or for instance, when it comes to air and air pressure, a lot of students, 15 years old, think that air has negative weight, or doesn't weigh anything, or even has negative weight. And of course, if you come to physics classes in grade 8 with this kind of knowledge, and the teacher even isn't aware of it, you can forget about it. Or sound and spreading sound, that for instance, sound needs a medium. And building bridges, that means that it's not only the material, but the way you arrange the material so that you can use forces, which helps. So this is what we had already, so we didn't have to develop it. And we have an ongoing study which started in 2012, where we just looked for elementary school teachers who were willing to participate, to get really a training in using these units. And the idea was, of course, to research long-term effects. And we will have a kind of natural experiment, because in Switzerland, students change school quite frequently. And when they come to new classes, part of their classmates will have had this kind of physics education, while others will not. And so we can compare them, and we have good reasons that it's a kind of random assignment. So we wanted to have 30 teachers, but the interest was so big that it's even ongoing. We now have 8,551 elementary school teachers at this time, not school teachers, children currently. We have about 60 or 80, 300 classes. But it's good to have such a big data set because it's a natural experiment and we experience, of course, all kinds of things. We have a teacher who is really dedicated, but then she gets pregnant and the next teacher isn't interested, so we have to forget about these classes and all these things. Therefore, it's good to have just this big thing, and it only costs data management and because the teachers participate voluntarily. So the major focus is on grade 3 to 4, and we have now data from about 3,000 students, but of course with all this missing value and so on. But just briefly, in floating and sinking, children are supposed to learn concepts of density and buoyancy force, but both of these expressions are never used. They only have to learn about pressure of water and all, so using their own words is very important. Air and air pressure, where they just learn about the vacuum cleaner and these things, or sound, spreading sound, or building bridges. And we always have pre and post tests which are given to the kids. For instance, we have this kind, mostly we use multiple choice problems, and students are very much focused on numbers. If you give them this kind of problem, which seems very easy, they often say that, of course, the water level is higher in the 90 gram class than in the 20 gram class, which of course is nonsense, but they are so much focusing on numbers that they don't distinguish between volume and weight, for instance. And this is also one goal, that they really learn to integrate volume and weight, but we don't say, we don't use this kind of expressions. Or you have multiple choice problems like this. They have to understand that the alarm clock, that you hear it you don't hear it in a vacuum, and so on. So we also had to develop all these tests, which was also quite a big effort to find reliable tests. Do students learn the concept? It's not taken for granted. We know that students know what they were taught. You are already happy as a teacher if this happens. You don't think about transfer. So in the first round, we had also some transfer class, some control classes who got conventional science education. And in our articles, we really had to make sure that we really controlled that it wasn't on physics. And you see here the effect sizes in the last column. We really find that regular elementary school teachers who were interested in giving physics lessons, they really were able to improve students' knowledge to a quite good extent. The effect sizes are all bigger than 1. We also have stable results. In some classes, not in all, we have a follow-up test, and we compare it still to the control classes. And we find that students, of course, some of the knowledge gets lost if you don't work with it, but not all of it. The next question was, why should one start earlier? Because we know a lot of things children learn just without direct instruction. It's nonsense to teach them already with counting in a systematic way with 2 years or whatever. They, in a good environment, in a stimulating environment, they learn it anyhow. We usually wanted the teacher to use the material in classes 3 or 4. But some teachers also wanted to use it in classes 5 or 6, which is fine, we couldn't forbid it. And so we got some interesting data which really show here that students who even had this curricula in 2nd grade, their performance was better after the curriculum than 6th grade students before the curriculum. This really means the kind of knowledge we teach the students isn't learned just on bypassing. So it's not just the student learn it anyhow. You really have to have direct instruction. On direct instruction in a way, you have to have curricula. Yeah, what about gender differences? And this made us, of course, particularly happy because we found that at least at this age level, girls and boys improved their knowledge to the same extent. So there was a little difference in the pre-tests. Boys were a little bit better, but when it comes to the learning gains, there was no gender difference at all. I have a dissertation, the dissertation was just ready 2 months ago. Wosina studied whether this gender difference would probably reappear 2 years later, and unfortunately it was a little bit the case. So when the kids who were already in 6th grade, there we found that girls lost a little bit of their knowledge more than boys lost, but still compared to a control group who didn't undergo this kind of curricula, the girls of our study were not, or the gender differences were smaller in our study than in the control group. So of course we can't solve all the problems with this, but anyhow. But of course in science education it's always a question, you have to learn a specific topic, but you are expected to transfer it to new areas. And as psychologists we know that transfer is one of the most difficult things to get. But nonetheless, there is transfer. We all transferred knowledge, we all restructured knowledge, we use it in new contexts. But it's very difficult to get transfer effects in short-term studies. But nonetheless, we hope for transfer effects. We are looking for them. And one focus we have is on scientific reasoning, the control of variable strategy. We already published this papers. In the material the students get, they never see a bad experiment. A bad experiment is, of course, if you do not vary systematically only one variable and keep all others constants. If you vary different things but then explain effects only with one variable, that's of course not how science works. But the experiments students see are not in this bad way. So they aren't taught really directly the control of variable strategy and how it goes wrong. But we nonetheless found little, not very large, but little transfer effects from our students compared to a control group when it comes to control of variable strategies. The students of who underwent these 4 curricula, they were better in finding out bad experiments than those who didn't undergo these experiments. So this is one transfer effect we were proud to find. We also find strong interactions with intelligence and transfer. It seems really that everybody learns something in our curricula, but transfer effects, you need also quite good intelligence anyhow. Another, and it's the last study I present, another study we wanted to find out whether at least the concepts students learned in this elementary school curricula, and this was particularly these concepts learned in the curriculum on floating and sinking, buoyancy, force and density. We wanted to see whether 2 to 4 years later students still have an advantage. Also, you could probably expect they have forgotten details, but when they get a unit on hydrostatic pressure, where you need to understand buoyancy, force, and so on, whether there would have been a preparation for future learning effect going back to elementary school. So our design was then the students now, this is the first generation of students who left elementary school, went to secondary school, came together with students who didn't undergo this early physics education, and they experienced a teaching unit. Tommy, where is Tommy? He knows a lot about it because he was involved also when he visited our institute. It was really on hydrostatic pressure, so understanding a little bit more why it comes to buoyancy force. And of course, in order to have a sound design and not a strawman design, it's very important that this curriculum is designed in a way that also students who didn't undergo this early physics education can make sense of this curriculum. Otherwise, it would be a strawman thing. Therefore, unfortunately, we have to really apply very good curriculum. We shouldn't really refer to concepts they already learned because then we would disadvantage the control kids and this would then be a garbage experiment. Therefore, we had to work very well against us. But nonetheless, we found the hypothesis, of course, was that students who received prior instruction with the floating and sinking and the air and air pressure curriculum units will have higher pretest scores already when it comes to hydrostatic pressure because they can use their concepts, but these differences will even increase after they get the instruction. And yes, we found it, of course, as you see. It's not a very big effect. You never find big transfer effects, but it is an effect. Of course, it's a large number of students. And I didn't include it here. We also found that at the highest level, there was the biggest difference. So that means really students who are smart, they can make much more out of what they learned already. It's trivial, but it hasn't been shown quite frequently. But we still think physics for elementary school isn't only for the smart kids, because we could show that at the whole level, at the whole achievement level, there was improvement, but of course transfer effects seem to be more common under more intelligent people. Yeah, and that's it. And of course, it's a big team effort. These are the people involved in this Swiss-Min study, in this elementary school study. All of them had been in my group. Some of them now are professors, but they are still happy that they have big data they can publish on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elspeth. There is time for a couple of questions or comments, some immediate remarks. Anybody? In case, Stefan.
Thank you very much for the presentation. One of the big idea of the PIRE study is around engagement of the students, and I found very interesting that, so perhaps that's a question for you and for them. I found very interesting that it doesn't feature as something which is very important in the way that you're presenting the work, which is more around actually all the cognitive engagement. And so is it one element that you're studying as part of that, so how, to what extent, it changes the students' way of engaging with science?
We haven't collected it currently. To be honest, we are very focused on achievement gains and the interaction between ability and achievement gains. Of course, we plan to include some questions of engagement and motivation, but I'm not too. Of course, I like these ideas of this iPhone on-site collecting very much, but all these boring questionnaires, which are usually presented, I think, the effects are very small. You find therefore, and I think it's very important for students to feel competent, to feel they learn something. What I don't like is that students are motivated, but they didn't understand anything. I think this is the worst thing that can happen to school, and therefore I have my reservation when it comes to project-based learning, in the sense not as it was presented here, but in other things. So I really think first focusing on concept understanding, and if students see that they understand something they didn't understand before, they probably don't care so much whether they think it's interesting or not. I think a feeling of competence is very important.
Hi, Elspeth.
Hi.
You didn't tell us a lot about how about the lowest level kids in these studies. Like you mentioned the high IQ students. So can you tell us what happens with this approach with the kids who would actually need this kind of...
The question is really, should these kids get physics education or shouldn't they get something else that is more helpful? We really find that also low-achieving kids increase their knowledge. Of course, they don't get this kind of conceptual understanding. For instance, when it comes to floating and sinking to this curriculum, they understand that what we call the material concept. They understand there is material that floats like wood and there is material that sinks like steel. This is more than nothing. The more smart kids, they understand why. They understand that you have to compare the weight of the displaced water with the weight of the object. Therefore, I think, of course, we can't have the goal that students who score at the lower level or at a quite low level of intelligence, that they really can understand higher level physics. But I think these basic things they also understand. And I think it's not waste of time for them because they get a feeling of how to observe the nature and how to get some answers. But of course, it's not. I don't know whether more effort would if you would have extra lessons for them, whether they would improve their knowledge. I don't know, but yeah. If we just give it to the regular classroom where you have the whole range of students, we have the feeling everybody gains.
Thank you again. Thank you for discussion. I think it's time for us to move on with the program.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
And our next speaker comes from the National Taiwan Normal University, Professor Mei Hung Chiu. She's the Professor of Science Education in the Graduate Institute of Science Education in National Taiwan Normal University. The title of her talk is Cognitive Dissonance Moments in Science. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon. I hope my talk will be able to wake you up during this time of the day. First of all, I would like to thank University of Helsinki and the Academy of Finland for providing me this great opportunity to present my research with you. And thanks to Professor Jari and Kata giving me this wonderful opportunity. So, well, now it seems everybody talking about PISA to begin with. So apparently I have to deal with that a little bit, just 2 slides. As you can see here, well, Taiwan and the other Asian countries, of course, including Finland, also performed very well. And as you can see here, I'm not so fan about the ranking, but I'm more interested in the result coming from the questionnaires. So as you can see here, the question, well, the glasses doesn't work either way. Okay, the question is I generally have the fun when I'm in science. And as you can see, Taiwan is just reached the OECD's average score. And looking at the United States, that goes above the average scores. But we were more or less hands with Finland. And that's the result coming from the comparisons between 2006. That was the first time to test the science subject. And the 9 years after, in 2015, that was the science major topic to be tested again. So if you look at the data, Taiwan goes down quite a little bit. That means over the past 9 years, the curriculum or the school did a very good job. So apparently we are also facing the problem, how come our students could perform well, but they just don't like it, and they are suffering the courses, they don't like it, but in order to get into good universities, they just have to learn it. So we are also facing the same problem. How could we promote students' interest and motivation in science learning? So begin with this, I think we are also facing similar situations, and we all try to use our wisdom to solve the problems. So I'm going to introduce my research in the area that not many people did. So I like to quote Robert Frost's poem. I think a lot of people from the States might know, and maybe you also you are familiar with this one. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I like to talk about the last 2 lines. I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. That's how I felt when I started working in the area of facial recognition. There were very few people in science education did the research in this area. However, once I decided to work in this area with my colleague, Jinchen Zhou, we saw a lot of great faces that teach us a lot. So that's what I'm going to share with you today. So basically, I have 3 topics to talk about today. The first one is what's the differences between the facial expressions before and after our scenarios, and whether or not the facial expression changed matters conceptual change. So that's the first question we want to answer. And the second one is, according to Ekman, there are 7 important facial expressions. So we also want to know what are the major expressions the students went through our specific designed scenarios. And also for that research, we also introduced another statistical method to analyze these 7 emotions, which is called decision tree. And last would be the introduction to a tree and forest method to identify the students' expressions during the entire research design. That means it includes the videos and also the text descriptions and the simulation of the phenomena. So when we look at the scopus, using the keywords above there, as you can see, facial micro expression or expression plus learning and learners. For the last 20 years, we saw very few studies in this area. So either people haven't paid attention to this field, or this is a blooming area that we, all the technologies are ready, and we are ready to do the research. So in my research group, we have been published 3 articles in this area, and we also had several oral presentations at the conferences. So the first one is whether or not our conceptual change in relation to students' facial expression changed. So basically, we use the theories in science education, conceptual change, in this design. And we also try to develop some methodologies that could investigate students' conceptual learning or development, as well as their emotional change. So based upon Ekman's definition, there were 6 primary emotions, which are happiness, surprises, disgust, sadness, anger, and fear, plus neutral. So these would be the major facial expressions that were examined in our studies. So we thought there are quite a lot of studies talking about conceptual change. One of the strategies was to provide conceptual conflict scenarios to the students that allows the students to use their prior knowledge to the current scenario, and they need to be more active to solve the problems or to provide explanations to the phenomena they saw. So I think this is very important for our design. And then, in fact, I have another student who make a study on making the predictions. A group with the making the prediction versus the other one doesn't have the prediction to begin with. And we did see the differences between these two groups. So I think this is another research background to let us know. Stimulate students with something that counterintuitive is very important to begin with. And when we face this kind of counterintuitive phenomena, there were several responses to the phenomena. Of course, I mean, from our point of view, we want the students to be aware of their differences. However, there are more than that the students will respond to. For instance, they will just ignore what existed in front of them, or they just reject it. So when they ignore, it could be, it doesn't make any sense to them, or it's meaningless. So there are a lot of reactions that students could react to the phenomena we presented to them. And there are some of them could explain how much they already knew and how much they don't know in order to feel like they need to show their surprise or whatsoever. So I think take this into account. We should be able to know more about students' reactions to teachers' instruction. And in many research, probably we also learned something this morning. Sometimes the positive emotions leads to success. And there are quite a lot of research to support this claim. However, there are also another stream of research saying that maybe the negative emotions could also help the kids to learn more. So with this kind of arguments there, we are wondering whether or not the learning, the positive emotion always leads to successful learning. Maybe we should allow the students to share their negative feeling when they started learning something new they are not familiar with, and sometimes it takes more cognitive load for them to appreciate the knowledge. So I think these are the claims we need to make, but we also need to look at the empirical data to see whether or not we could come to that conclusion. So we propose this theoretical framework. That means the students have a various background from 0 to complete. It's like a spectrum. And when you introduce instructional materials, the students could either experience that or they just never got that point that you intended them to learn. And so with this kind of various reactions to the materials, the students could eventually learn this concept, or they are still in the middle of the learning. So we adopt John White and Armstrong's POE, the prediction, observation, explanations, teaching models in our study. But we also added 2 elements into this instructional technique, which is the visualization and comparisons. That means we present the materials to the students. They need to make their predictions. And then they observe the video we provided, and then they have to explain why they give that choice. And the 4th step is that we did some computer simulation to explain why this phenomena goes on as he or she see. And finally, we asked them to compare their knowledges before the presentation and after the presentation. So that's the scenario altogether with these 5 steps. And the data analysis was carried out with the technology, which is called face reader. When we started doing this research, there were only face reader 4.0. By now, years have been passed. Now we have 7 or 8. I will lead you to see what we did. But by then it was 4.0, and we were able to see the distribution of the emotions on your right-hand side, and also to see the pie chart for these emotions. So you will be able to see which emotions has the highest peak compared to the other at a certain time. And I think this could also be called the optimal learning moment. So basically, these are the data you could get from Face Reader. So our design is like this. We have the pretest, and then we have the POE and visualization. And after that, we did a poster test. And after, at the end, we asked the students to compare what they explained before, and now once they see the visualization and explanations, what kind of the explanations they could make. And these were done in interview as well. So what are the experiments we did with our students? The first one is more about the gas pressure, and the second one is for the physics. So now I'm going to show you what this one. Okay, so basically the students at the POEC, at the O stage, they need to look at this scenario. All the water is, was given the temperature, and then it gets boiling, and we close it. And at this moment, the video would be stopped, and the students need to provide their explanations before they go to the next stage. So they provide the explanations and the predictions, and they watch they need to do the prediction first, and they watch the video, and then they make the make explanations again. Okay, so that's the first one. And then students' facial expressions were registered, and we were able to see their very micro facial expression. So I believe you saw it, right? It's just within second. So that's for the students one, and then the same thing, we did that again for another student. So as you can see, some students just in a very peaceful way. Yeah, okay, from the beginning to the end. Okay. And now this one, I would like you to make the prediction. I have 2 balls here, and I will release them at the same time from here to here. Okay, so one goes straight, the other one goes down and up. Which one reach the other end first? Okay, the one goes straight, reach the other side first. If you think so, please raise your hand. Are you with me? Okay, the one goes down and comes up, reach the other end first. Oh, we got more. Great. And then both of them reach at the end at the same time. Please raise your hand. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, and then we ask the students, why so, okay? And then we collect them to create the multiple choices, okay? So in fact, the students need to pick up one of the answers, right? And they are not create in the office, but in the classroom. Okay, so now you can see. You make the prediction, and now I need to register your facial expression. Ooh, I should have a multiple camera here. Yeah, so as you can see, it went so quickly, right? So for this video, we have the regular one first, and then the second one is the slow motion. So the students are able to see it at the second time if they didn't get it at the first time. So then the third time is to replay again. So they are 3 times the students could look at the video. And it's quite fascinating. We saw these 3 periods of data, compare this one to the previous one, because this one is shorter time, and they missed for the first time, pretty often. But for the other one, it takes longer time to see the bubbling coming out. So most of the kids didn't really miss that point compared to this one. Okay, so, and these are the students. Okay, and then okay. Okay, so with this data, we analyzed some of the students, and we get the following results. The first one was appeared on the British Journal of Educational Technology. So we did these 2 with different subjects. The first one for the boiling water, we worked with high school students, and the second one with 54. The first one was mainly done at my site, and the other one was done with another professor, so the university students were more convenient for him to collect the data. And we all got the permissions from parents if they are under 18, age 18, okay? So both the parents and the students need to sign their consent form for us to use either simply just the data we collected, or we are allowed to use their facial expressions in public. So there are several ways they need to sign the consent form. So the ones you just saw, we got their consents to show in the public area. So our result like this. The first one is the predictions. So as you can see, close to 80% of the students make incorrect prediction. That means when you have the water putting down, they will say, oh, the ice will melt because it's so hot. So they try to make a justification that according to their knowledge. So when we ask them to make their predictions, about 80% of the students make incorrect prediction. And then among them, as you can see, some of the students have a facial expression changed, some of them do not. So according to our analysis, around 60% of the students make their facial expression change during the experiment. And for those students, we saw they were 20% of the, more than 20, was 40% of the students have reached the conceptual change status. Compared to the students who do not have facial expression change, they are less likely to have conceptual change. So it seems facial expression change might be an indicator for showing their conceptual change as well when they have the facial expression change. That means they react to this kind of a scenario. And it also, a similar result was found in the 2 balls running scenario as well. So it's very similar, the result. And then the next one was that whether or not the qualitative data analysis will support the data we received. So what we did was we analyzed their qualitative data analysis, and we found for the students with conceptual change, they answered more correct answers on the macro as well as microscopic explanations compared to the students who do not have the facial expression change. So this is the second paper we published with the qualitative data. And then at the NARST, we presented another research method, which is the decision tree. And the paper was published on internet first in 2017. And this paper, in fact, in hard copy, it doesn't show up until 2019. So if we want to graduate, submit the paper as soon as possible. It took us quite a long time, yeah. So for this one, we're still working on the boiling water experiment, and we use the decision tree to make some analysis. And the analysis was that if the students show their surprise facial expression to begin with, that's a good sign, right? Everybody wants to see the surprise. However, it doesn't guarantee the students will be, having their conceptual changed. It needs to be very strong, and then follow up with a negative neutral expression, okay? If you have the surprise and then follow up with neutral, there is a likelihood you will have a conceptual change. However, if you don't have the surprise facial expression to begin with, that's fine. If you have the sad expression after that, that means you are pondering, what's going on. So even though you don't have surprise to begin with, that is okay because you still have a high possibility to reach this point. So I think this has some educational implications. Normally we want teachers like students say, oh, they are so excited, but emotionally they reach that point, but cognitively they might not reach that point. So when the students have negative expressions, that is okay. We should wait for that moment when they get their point to understand the concept you are going to teach. And that's what we did for the individual facial expressions. And then if we keep going down, we could also see some of the students going to the conceptual change if they have negative expressions. So with this kind of a technique, we were able to look at the data in details and to make some claims that's supporting the negative emotions for learning. And after that, we thought, we only have one individual decision tree. Is that possible that we could have the forest to see the tree and also to see the forest? So that was our intention. So what we did was we used more students' data, and now we were able to do that with the Face Reader 6.0. And then again, we have this data. So this time we put all the facial expressions across 5 periods together and looking at students' facial expressions during the video one, that's the normal speed, and the second one is the slow motion, and the third one is the replay, plus text explanations and the simulation. So we put the whole thing all together. And as you can see, we got the surprise during this 5 period. And then very few positive motions during this period in terms of the proportion, but there were quite a lot of negative emotions involved. So based upon this, then we also use the decision tree forest method to look at students' performance. And as I mentioned that to you, the boiling water, most of the students were able to see the phenomena at first segment. They don't need to wait until the end, right? We have 3 times plays. Okay, so for the first one, if they have the surprise, and they go to the third segment, if the students still have surprise, that means how come? We already showed 3 times. At the third time, you still feel like a surprise. So for this kind of the kids, they don't reach the conceptual change. Every time it's a new stimulus. But for the kids who have the surprise to begin with, and then follow up with negative emotions, it's very likely they become a conceptual change learner, okay? And then if they don't have a surprise to begin with at the first segment, and then they might have a positive or negative, they are more likely to have no conceptual change. So this brings us to do more research, and then the result I want to show you. As I mentioned that to you, we have 5 segments. And for the students who ran through the conceptual change, basically they start with the surprising facial expressions, and then follow up with negative, and then reach the neutral. That means, okay, now I understand. Okay, all through the 5 segments. But for the students who do not have the conceptual change, it's very likely from the beginning to the end, they are all negative or they are all positive. Okay, so I think this is a new way for us to understand more in details how the emotions involved in students' learning. Normally, the teachers like students to have a very positive, very excited moments during their learning, but that's not the case in our studies. So I think the teachers need to tolerate when the students don't get it and they show their negative emotions. We just need to be patient. Maybe that's another sign for us to know, oh, they are waiting, they are trying to understand what's going on. So I think this is another educational implications I really like the teachers to bring back. You know, sometimes we just don't allow the students to show their negative expressions, because it seems that would lead them to value. In fact, it's not always the case. So I think that's what I want to share with you about our studies. So just 2 remarks I like to make. Sometimes students to see is to believe, or they already have their concept. They just, to believe is to see. They just ignore whatever you show them. Just like the one I see at your science center. You look at things from this side, but in fact, that's the other way. So we need to broaden our view about a lot of scientific phenomena. And the other one is the negative emotion, as I mentioned that earlier. I think we like them to have surprises, but we also need to know negative emotions mean something special to us. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you indeed. And now there is plenty of time for questions and comments. Who would like to start? Yes.
Thank you. When I was listening to your presentation, I was wondering that you spoke about conceptual change and cognitive dissonance, but also about the surprise. So one way to understand what happens in these videos is probably to think that there is a surprise and update of expectations. But expectations really don't need to be based on some kind of conceptual scheme which is on the background of these expectations. And I would think that if we would have a conceptual change, we would need to know what actually is changing, what conception is changing. And my question is that, have you taken a closer look what conceptions actually change in this example of boiling water? What are the conceptions before and what are the conceptions after this surprise? And also in this kinematic effect, because that would be very interesting to know what actually changed. Was it only the update of expectations, or was it really some kind of deeper understanding of the situation?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Some of the data were analyzed in our papers published in 2014 on the chemical education research and practice. And basically, we did find students make their predictions about the water because from their intuitive, they have they knew temperature goes up and the things will, blow. But when you put the ice, so that's their typical explanations when they start with, they make the prediction and they will say, okay, now the temperature goes down, so nothing will happen. Or, the ice cube will melt. So basically they use their prior knowledge about the temperature influences the molecular, moving, something like that. But when they see the phenomena at the macroscopic level, they could only use very superficial explanations to explain what's going on. And then when we look at the post-test results, since we provide the microscopic simulations about how the molecular condense in the air, condensed to the water. And they started to integrate that knowledge into their previous explanations. Okay, so there are not enough particles in the air, so the pressure goes down and the water, reboiling again. So the simulation was very helpful for the students to construct their knowledge at the microscopic level, and also try to compare, why I didn't think about that, because that's more like, the big difference. And the students were able to understand what's going on and how they see the phenomena. So when we categorize the students in the conceptual change group, basically we look at their qualitative data, the explanations, and categorize whether or not they change their understanding. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your fascinating presentation. And I have two questions, actually. The first one, I was wondering, when I listened to your presentation, you find that some kids have the conceptual change and some are not. And I was wondering, do you try to dig out to find the why? Why some students, they have their conceptual change? I know you show us they have their facial expression differences, but as you said, these are only the indicator, the biomarker. But when I try to understand why some students have that conceptual change happen and why some don't, and did you try to, for example, manipulate different situations, try to see, for example, this is my first question. And my second question is related to the negative emotions. You said that we should emphasize the negative emotion. Probably I missed some part of when you try to introduce the emotions. So I was wondering, because when we talk about negative emotion, there are of course qualitative different types of negative emotions, like anger, side you mentioned, and shame, or a lot of negative emotion. And did you check that what are the differences and the different effect of those type of negative emotions?
Okay, maybe we start with the second one. The negative motions in face reader has, sad, disgust, and the others. We haven't really tested each individual how that compares to this one. But if we look at the segments, some of the negative emotions doesn't show up in our forest tree. The forest. For those one, they will only pick up like disgust, or just few of them. So that means the others, like anger, that never plays a very important role in this decision tree. So even though we have so many negative, to begin with, we cluster them all together. And then the next step was able to identify which negative emotions plays more important role compared to the others. So that's why we have positive and negative to begin with. And our next study was to use the decision tree method to identify which negative emotion plays more important roles compared to the others. Yeah, that's the second question. And the first one, normally people just forgot what the first one is. Okay, and the first one was about the conceptual understanding, the explanation why. you know, when you do the facial expression, basically you don't, well, at least while we did that, we don't talk to them, because you will change their, when you talk to them, they speak up and the mouth will be different and the facial expression would be registered differently. So basically, what we did was just let the students go through the experiment until the end. We interview them. Okay. So during the period, how and why they changed, I can't answer at this moment. What we did was simply just look at the pre-test and the post-test and see, how those were changed. However, we did use the eye tracking, which we haven't published yet, but we do have some students working with the face reader as well as the eye tracking, and we try to locate where, at that point, they have a surprise or they have sad expressions, and where did they looking at? Like the slide, the ball falling down, and during this slide, it was difficult for the student to understand the gravity and horizontally and vertically. So they focus, they look at that place according to the data from eye tracking. So in terms of the cognitive part, I can hardly say anything during that period. But in terms of the behavior or emotional, we were able to provide some of the data. So I think there are still a lot of research design that we could, put into the research to collect more data to explain why they have difficulties. So now what we did was use the, the retrospective, or you think about that and why that makes you, subtle, the sad or whatsoever, but not on time, yeah. Yes, Barbara?
I noticed that one of your citations was Sid DeMello, and I just heard a presentation that he gave last year, which was extraordinary because it gets to the question that the gentleman in physics raised, and also partially as well as the next one. So what he's been doing is looking at facial recognition and interacting that with voice recognition, and then giving that to the machine. It's for AI. So essentially what that would allow you to do would be to interpret the voice at the same time you're interpreting the face, so that you would be getting these changes in emotion through the voice as well as through the face. And he has something, in terms of face recognition, and what he's done, and I just heard the presentation, so I might be totally off base here, but he has so many more emotionalities associated with voice than with face, to give you more of an an understanding of what the student is actually saying before and after. So I would suggest getting in contact with him, because it was so powerful, and they're doing this really incredible work on these questions about, does it get higher, does it get lower, does it stay the same, do you hear somebody have, joyful expression? And I was actually thinking that on the question about the cognition, that the pre-post is really important to get some kind of written explanation for the pre, and then a written explanation for the post, because you could very well imagine, as I think what you were saying, is that the facial expression may not represent at all the reaction to the experiment, but might be something else that's creating that. So I thought that was a really interesting idea. And then if you actually had written material before or after you would get much higher reliability, I think.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Barbara. And as you can see, the face reader changed over past few years. Now it's adding more and more functionality. So if people are interested in this field, I think there are more opportunities to look at this in more details. And the technologies, as you just described, combining the voice and the facial expressions, would be another very innovative way to do the research. In fact, face reader has limitation as well. I knew a lot of people are interested in this area. For instance, we are interested in confused, right? But now we could probably just use some questionnaires to do that, but the face reader could not do it. And we are interested in that. We contact noodles and noodles, right? And they just say, no, we don't have this function. So I think eventually the technology will solve this problem. And the problem we have is what kind of the research questions we want to ask. And the technology is always the tool. So thank you for providing me that information. And I think we should look into that. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Now it is time for coffee and posters. Please do enjoy. The program will continue 2:30.
Okay, so unfortunately Risto has a flight this afternoon, so he has to go to the airport, so I will be kind of speaker until the end. Before we go to the official program, I would like to advertise the reception we have after the panel. So there will be very nice things offered to you, including wine and antipasta and many nice things. So please do not go home immediately. Stay here for discussing and chatting at 4 o'clock. But now we are focusing to the careers and young people interest to technologically oriented careers. We have Leena Pöntynen from the technology industry. She's a director and she will give us a talk about girls and women in technology. Leena, floor is yours.
When I started in technology industry 1.5 years ago, my son said that this is a great thing. Maybe mom will know how to open the TV. No. Eikä tääkään vie siis mihinkään. While we have some technical issues, I probably can start still. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Jari, for inviting me. My name is Leena Pöntynen. I'm the head director of education in the technology industries of Finland. Thank you. And after many researchers, I am not a researcher. I didn't have opportunity to see all of your presentations, but the ones I heard, you have been talking a lot about what and how, and maybe my presentation is more about why perspective on this matter. My background is as a teacher. I teach in primary and secondary school for 9 years, and then I've been a principal, head of education. So I was a boss to some 20 principals in Tampere area, and then I was working also as a director of education and culture, and then I came to national level, and I worked as a senior advisor for Finnish municipalities for basic education and educational leadership. But now I worked a lot from school policy, from early education until lifelong learning. So basically I have quite a wide range of areas that I cover right now. The biggest thing for Finnish technology industry is that we need labor and skilled personnel upcoming years a lot, and as a society we can't really answer these questions. We made this survey 1.5 years ago, and it was seen that between the years 2018 and 2021, there are some 53,000 people, new people needed in the technology industry. And the problem is that the 1 year population in Finland is about 50 to 60,000 children. So you can see that this is a very big problem for us. And this is not just a prediction, this is actually happening. we made this survey 1.5 years ago, and already in 1 year, the growth of personnel was more than 26,000 people. And the need is 60% from university degree and 40% of vocational degree. But if we go back only like 5 years, it is seen that then our personnel was 60% from vocational side and 40% from university degree. And now it turned. And it seems that there are areas in technology industry that this university degree demand is more than 80%. So this is a huge thing for Finland to answer in this. So the new personnel is mostly needed from technology side, but of course some else like economics and leadership and everything else is also needed. But this is the technology and how can we affect on our education on that area is very important. And if we see this OECD slide, you can see Finland in the far left end of this picture. So if you think about Finland, Finland is the first to face the disruption of working life. We are very different from every other country, and also we have very small inner market. So as technology industry covers more than 50% of Finnish export, and our industry also provides work for 1/3 of Finnish population, it is very important that we can solve this problem. And only our education system can't solve this. There's a huge shortage on people, even though that we could get the people to technology industry. And this is where I start. There are plenty of so interesting jobs in our field. Many times when we speak about ICT and competencies and what would be needed, we only talk about coding. So how could we get? Okay, this is restarting now.
So go on, and I can.
Configuring Windows updates. I'm sorry about this. So there are many different fields, not just coding there. And I might take. I have something in the paper, so I can continue.
So the academic computer is updating Windows now.
Where do I have this in paper as well.
Yeah, sorry for that.
We'll see. So the picture that you saw just there, it's not just coding. There are robotics and automation. There are cloud services, data analysts, a whole bunch of different careers that we should cover. And also the next slide that is very interesting is that when you think about children in ages 6, 7, 8, and you ask them, what will you be when you grow up? They will say a police or hairdresser or vet. That's very popular. But how could we change the system in a way that the answer would be, I'm going to be a cloud integration expert? It's not very easy. And so when you think about STEM or STEAM, you have to think about from early on, because the beliefs of themselves and competencies and their epistemic beliefs on themselves start from very early on. And that is why we should find, we should find solutions for early education on. And actually not only in education system, but also in the society, in media, how the parents talk about to the children. And these occupations that are listed in these pictures are not some future occupations. This was actually 1.5 years ago. We asked our companies what would be the occupations you already have that are somehow future occupations. And there are some interesting ones, such as robot boss. What would that be? And if you would see this list with children, that would be very interesting to hear what are they seeing in that. This problem that we have in Finland, we are not able to solve it only with Finnish education system. We will need labor-related migration. We will need international students in our system, and we will have to be better to integrate the international students to our working life earlier on. And we need to start employing international students in Finland. But when we go to Finnish results, you probably all know this. Finland, they're still holding a pretty good position in math, but the problem is that we've been going downwards since 2006. And Finland is actually probably one of the only countries that have been going down the whole time. Still, we have very good knowledge on the age of 15, even though it ranges actually 6 years in that time that how much they know. But the girls, which was my title for this, is a very interesting group, because somehow, even though that we have very good girls in the age of 15, they don't choose math later on. The picture is that below level 2 is the level that you wouldn't cope in working life. So there are some problems with that as well, and that is increasing in Finland. And this is interesting as well. When you go to high school in Finland, you can choose either math or advanced syllabus in math. And when they are graduating from high school, only 1/4 of the top performers are girls anymore, even though they were very good in international level at age 15. And you can see there that the girls, which is the pink one, these are different parts of Finland. There are only some 35% of Finnish girls studying in advanced syllabus in high school. And so if we think about where would we get the people to study technology, here's the answer. Girls would be a very important group for this. But somehow, technology is not meaningful for girls, and thus they don't choose it. So even though we see they are top ranked in PIRE teams, they don't feel competent, and they don't see math, science, and technology meaningful in their future. And only 1/3 of girls see their future in science or technology. I believe Jari was talking about this earlier. And as I said, only 1/4 of best performers are girls after high school. And later on, only 20% of our employees in the technology industry are women. So this is from the PISA webinar from Paris 1 month ago. And this was what Andreas Leicher was saying, that our education system, whether it's anywhere in the world, can provide good competence in science for both boys and girls, but somehow in everywhere in the world, we fail to show the girls the opportunities in science. And there are only some Eastern European countries there that do it otherwise, but then the difference is very small in there. So what happens in schools? As I said, I was a teacher, I was a principal, and now I've been working with many municipalities. There are some very good things happening in schools in Finland, but they don't happen everywhere. They don't happen. Those things don't happen every day and in every class. And this was also mentioned earlier, that Finland, this is from PISA 2015, Finland is pretty high when you think about science performance, but we are not very close to the other circle, the purple. Is it purple there as well? Yeah. Purple circle, where it tells that how much do we believe on our skills and competencies. And it's not very close to the blue one either, that tells that you expect a career in science. It is always funny to see that our sweet big brother, Sweden, is in the other side of that picture. They don't have very good competencies, but they believe in themselves. And this is very hard for us Finnish people, you know. And yeah. And the thing I've been thinking about, if Finland is in here, should we be so afraid of if we drop a bit in PISA? We have to do something that our marks are going down, but is it our rank in PISA so important? And would the things that we should do in school be something that would take us more close to the middle, where you have good competencies, where you believe in yourself, and where you see yourself working in science later on? And one solution for this all would be lying in teachers. This is the new PISA, and teachers' enthusiasm affects learning a lot. And we see this, and we all know this, even though this is a very tender discussing in Finland. We tend to speak about our teachers to be the best ones in schools, but the teams also shows that differences between schools are smaller than differences between teachers. So we should tell in school that new solutions technology can provide are more interesting than technology itself. We should tell them that climate change or other hard problems in the world, we are able to solve them with technology. And I believe that strict bond with everyday life would make science more important for children. And what are we doing? In technology industries, we think that we can't just say that this is what you should do, but we also want to do something ourselves. I'm sorry, the next one is in Finnish. I didn't have this slide in English, but we have this My Tech program, which is a phenomenon-based program that we give them topics, circular economics and climate change, health and well-being, and future living spaces. And the teacher everywhere in Finland can choose a program, and then they work with that in schools, and then they are going to have a study visit to a technology company as well as technology university. And we pay that everywhere in Finland, so we pay the buses that every Finnish secondary school, upper secondary schools can go there. And for example of this project is here. First, these 9th graders in Nurmijärvi, they built a heart rate monitor in physics class. They were measuring there, and they built a heart rate monitor. And then they were visiting Suunto, and they heard about heart rate monitors as business, and also how physics is used in industry level. And then they went to Aalto University Junior, and the students, there's some errors. Students were building Bluetooth with their phones and with their heart rate monitor they just did in schools. This is our crown diamond. They are not all this high level, but this is an idea that 9th graders can do in just basic Finnish elementary school. And this is something that we try to help them with the bus money. So the big thing is that it seems that the things that are happening and what we are trying to do, they don't disrupt teachers, but they change what teachers do. So if you're in the elementary school, the problem is many times that we as a classroom teachers, like I am, we don't have enough knowledge about the subject. We don't know enough about math and science. And thus, we are not able to go very deep on those subjects. And when you go to secondary schools, the problem is many times that the teachers are not using very innovative teaching methods, or they don't make a good contact with the working life or what happens really, and they don't emphasize the children's competence and epistemic beliefs. So there is something that we should change, and we are trying to do in different ways, like in my tech project or our upcoming projects as well. But if there's something very good in Finnish PISA, is this. I think this was like the most important results last year that we found out. That Finnish students are only not getting very good results, but our children are also very satisfied with their lives. And I believe that if we can do this kind of elements I was telling to our schools more and more, they would love the learning more and also be maybe then later on wanting to be in science field more and more. So this was basically what I wanted to tell you, and I believe that after many research studies, you might be interested to talk about what kind of ideas this reflects on your ideas. Yeah, go on.
Okay, we have already one.
That was great. Thank you so much. So this is an area that's dear to my heart, and the one area that we have looked at. And let me just give you a few things, and instead of just thinking about the teacher. So when we talk about interest, the interest is not interest in science, but interest that's meaningful to you. And so that one of the things that we find is when you look at girls that go into biology and girls that go into physics and technology, that if we could make technology, questions about the environment as meaningful, more meaningful to the lives of people, we get a better response rate. So we know that that's one thing. The second thing that we have found consistently is that girls that are really good in technology and computer science are very functional. That's kind of a sociological term. In other words, they know they're good at it, and they go into it because they're good at it. And one thing is there just aren't that many people that are good in a lot of these fields. So it seems to me that if we can basically support girls in these things and encourage them to take the more competitive path, because they tend to take the second path rather than the top path, which is another real issue. And they're still girls, because the boys, they read computer science and the girls still read Bazaar and Vogue magazine. And these are girls at MIT, MUD, all over the US, that they're still girls. So the question is, do we really want them to look like computer people, or do we want them to be girls who just happen to be functionally good in these kinds of things and get rewarded for that. So I think that that's one of the things that really turns out to be an issue. And the final thing is that which is all about what we've been talking about today, is that some of the most interesting technological changes have been by combinations of people in chemistry and medicine. So for example, when you take your medicine, it now has a chip in it, so it will tell you how much did the person take their medicine and how much did they take their full dosage or not. And those are like mechanisms that people have developed basically with people in biology and chemistry. And I think that that's an option that we haven't really pursued in enough ways to get girls more interested in science and in the environment. And the last thing is, we got to get a hold of this woman, Kathleen Rogers, because she's managed to make millions of kids all over the world stand up for Earth Day. I think they need to stand up for technology, computer science, and a lot of things, because our environment isn't going to get any better unless we have more of the people that you talked about, whether they're girls or they're boys or transgendered people or whomever. The issue is we've got to get a bigger movement around these things. And thank you very much. I thought it was a great presentation, and I really love the numbers. Now, I didn't love what the numbers said, but I love what they had. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can say after that, I didn't say that, but have you ever thought that half of the people using technology are women? So if you think about the differences, well, you know it in everyday life, how differently women and men think. So what would be the possibilities if there would actually be more women engineering and they would use their women brains to make them? I would love to tell you about one thing we are doing. Just don't tell anyone, not the ones who are behind there. Next fall, we are going to bring, not new, but renew This Works program for every Finnish first grader. That will be a science project where they will build a moving machine with recyclable matters, and in the same times they will learn 21st century skills, and we will have a whole big bunch of our curriculum is there, and our teachers' material will be there, and we will give it free for every Finnish first grade, and this is the big thing we are working right now.
Yeah, I just wanted to second what Barbara said. I think the difference is really that women like a broader approach to science. They really want to see how to improve the world, and we can show it in my university, which is quite leading technical university. We have few women in physics and in mathematics, a little bit more, but we have more than 50% women in environmental science, and we now have a new department, health and technology. So really how to bring technology to health, and we have 70% women who all excel. So I think it's really this difference. Women, intelligent women, want to know what you can do with science, and they really want to get a deeper understanding. That's probably the difference. My colleagues in electrical engineering, they think about renaming their department in medical science so that they get more women.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, that is true, and also in Finland, in universities, the fields that have more women in technology are such fields that you were describing, and also we've been trying to also advertise the ideas that maybe if girl is good in math, many times they think that I'm going to go to medicine. And now we've been talking about what about health technology, and trying to tell them that there would be different kinds of paths as well. It's not only doctors, but also engineers who solve these problems.
Okay, thank you. I think we can continue the discussion with a glass of wine later on, but
Yeah.
first we will have a panel. Kalle will organize this, so I just give the floor for you, Kalle, and you can advise us how to make progress with the topics you are.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Kalle Juuti from the University of Helsinki and working in this project from the very beginning. And my pleasure is to have the best session in the seminar day. It is best because we have, as one of our teachers in the group said, that be sure that you have one or two real teachers in the voice also, and we have these two in here. And I ask Johanna and Panu, please, for the seminar. And then we have also Deborah from the US, who has been working with real teachers in there a lot, and originally is teacher also by herself. As I am also, I don't know how much we have these mics. Do we have anyone from the academy here? Because I think that if you sit there behind, please don't. If you sit behind there, then you can follow back on this screen, and it might be difficult to be interactive as it was said in the program. I hope that we could get some shares and sit here, and we have two mics. Yes, and what is the best part? This was secret for all of you, but I can tell now. We have 3 real students here from the upper secondary school. Please come here. I try to show my slide. I think I should use my own computer because this is a little problem. On se siellä jossain, muista. Okay, we have Erika Ilola, Sara Suomela, and Salma Jahaja. Okay. Ei katsota väärä tuo. Mulla on se esitys täällä. Tässä näkyy se. Okay. And then when I get the technique, then you all have some. My professorship is digital learning at school, so I have to teach how I preach, or how they say it in English. So we have the flinger room or wall available, and I hope this is not true. I hope that you open this internet access address, and then in your phone you found this kind of screen, and this is something that needs some instruction. If you want to send a comment or question, and I ask you all to send at least one comment or question during this 1 hour, and then you have a possibility to see what others have asked and commented, and you can like those, like in the all social media things. But if you want to send some, you first have to put the send. That is into counterintuitive, but first push it send, and then you get that kind of screen where you can write something, and then push send again. And that took me a while yesterday when I practiced this. Then I thought that perhaps someone else needs this kind of instruction also. But you can find the link there. Please open what is this Flinger software, and and prepare to have some questions or comments. Then I have here this message room here, and I can raise some questions during the discussion. And also we can have time for 1 or 2 or 3 or some good number of comments and questions using these mics also. Okay, but let's start by very short introduction of all. And then I asked all you to prepare some starting turn. So first introduction and then the starting turn comments. So.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Deborah Peak Brown, and I work at Michigan State University. I taught science, elementary and middle school for about 28 years, retired, and then started working with Joe Krajcik at the university. I actually was like these teachers in that I was one of those teachers that was doing stuff in the classroom, and university people were coming in and watching me and taking video and asking me lots of questions and that kind of thing. What I do with this project, with the PIRE project, is work with teachers, professional development, work with those teachers as we were designing and developing the curriculum, and that's it.
Good afternoon. My name is Johanna Jauhiainen, and I'm a physics teacher in a teacher training school. This year I also work for the teacher department, teacher education department at the University of Helsinki, and I'm a teacher as well as a teacher educator.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Panu Viitanen, I'm a physics teacher at Helsinki School of Natural Sciences, or Helsingin luonnontiedelukio, as people in Finland know it better. My academic background is that I studied for space physics and astronomy at the University of Helsinki, and I graduated in space physics, and after that I did my pedagogical studies, and since then I've been a teacher for 13 years, and 9 of them at the Helsinki School of Natural Sciences. Helsinki School of Natural Sciences is an upper secondary school. There is more than 700 students, and 1/3 of them are in natural science program. So I work with the students who have special interest in natural sciences, and also students who don't know what their topic of interest will be or is. I'm also an author. I've been writing a book series for upper secondary school physics with 3 other colleagues. So working in this PIRE project has been a very good experience for me.
Hi, my name is Salma Yahya. I'm one of the students in the natural science program.
I'm Erika Ilala. I'm also in Helsinki School of Natural Sciences as student on 2nd year.
This is really unexpected, as I am also a student from there and from the same program, and we're all actually in Panu's class, so this is a nice opportunity to be here and discuss these subjects, as it's close to all of us.
Okay, thank you all. I asked you all to prepare some starting turn, and because you have the mic, perhaps you can start. Oh, no. And for students, I asked to think the question. What is the main difference between project-based learning and originally, or traditional, or conventional, or how you in the research papers try to describe that something happens normally? So, what do you think?
We came to the conclusion that there is no one big thing that's different, and we made a list of things that to us make a difference between those two. And first we were like, but actually we're not that sure if it is so different from our like secondary school studies. And as in Finland, we do these projects and try to think and try to study ourselves even during the lessons. So at first we were like, well, it's not that different. But when we started to think about it, we found actually quite many differences between those two. I have to check our list. Well, one was that in the future, later on in university, or if you want to work with physics or technology, you won't be doing it by yourself. So by this, where you talk in a group, you're doing these exercises and trying to figure out the bigger picture in a group, you get the feeling that that's how you're gonna do the thing in the future, as you know, you don't discover anything by yourself totally.
Yeah, sometimes it's nicer to work with people and try to understand things by yourself, because it makes like you feel like you have accomplished something when you figure out something yourself or with a group. But something that I don't really like about is I don't get the full picture that well. We do small projects and you're trying to connect them and understand the whole picture, and that's maybe the hardest part.
While working in a group on like the smaller projects, it makes it easier to visualize the situation or the phenomena, and I feel like that's a big part of this project learning. And another kind of bad thing, it gives maybe too much freedom to the students, and when we don't know something or we make a mistake, we don't know that we have to ask for help, or it's hard to ask for help when you don't know what you're asking, if that makes sense.
One that we in this special program that we're in our school, that has only like our friend group is all people who are in this program and are all very interested in natural sciences. So when we do these group experiments or trying to figure out stuff together, it's usually like your closest friends from the school. And when we have so much freedom to like try to figure out something, it usually ends up doing that we're talking about something totally different. And even if you think like it's good, we gotta give the teenagers some freedom, it's not always that good. It doesn't. We end up talking about, oh, after this hour I get to go to home and sleep, and then you're like, no, you're supposed to focus on the physics, on the lesson we're on, but it doesn't always work.
Another bad thing. If you're not that acquainted with the group you're in, you don't feel comfortable saying your ideas or coming forth with your ideas or opinions, and because we're Finnish, we are a bit shy, and it takes a lot of time to get acquainted or friendly with some people. So we need that extra push to actually say, no, I think it's this way. No, that car doesn't go that fast. It goes this fast, you know. So that's something.
Okay, now Panu, you have a possibility to respond some or say like what they say in court, that my feeling on my okay. But I ask you to ask you to prepare the same question. What do you think? What changed? What is the difference between? Was that or do I remember wrong way?
No, it was what was the main change in my
what
work.
What has been the main change in your own work and lessons? Was obviously the question to prepare.
Well, I think it's two things. One is interaction, and interaction could happen between teachers and my colleagues like Johanna and me. We would interact with each other more often than we without the project-based learning when we are planning the lessons without this. And also the interaction between students and interaction between students and teachers. I think this is increasing. But another one is that the project-based learning is a way how I can teach scientific method in my classroom or in my courses. We do, I think, many Finnish teachers do, or at least the Finnish education system guides teachers to do experiments in their classrooms. And the experiments are included in the project-based learning, but they are integrated in something bigger. We have a driving question where we try to find answer. We do observations, we do experiments, we make conclusions, we discuss in smaller and bigger groups, and finally we build an artifact. And that is like very similar to what I think what the scientific method is. And it's a very useful tool for me to implement this in every course. But I think the challenge is that we have to do in very short period of time. Like we have the units that are from 3 to 6 lessons, and it's quite intense because students need to do the observations, do the experiments, analyze a little bit experiments, discuss with each other. So that also requires some social skills. And finally, build a model and write an artifact or draw an artifact. And I think it's challenging. So you can't use the the project-based learning method all the time. So the students need a little bit of break after they have finished the unit. But the interaction part also, that I think it's maybe you have you all have are friends in your group, but for example, in our school, students come from 80 different lower secondary schools, and in the beginning they don't know each other very well. And when we are having this question or phenomena, we are trying to find an answer. It's a way how the students can get to know each other, get to discuss with each other and change ideas with each other. And also teacher can participate in that discussion, and teacher can know the students what they think. Are they some preconceptions that may be wrong? So teacher can bring up those topics, and we can discuss those a little bit more in front of the classroom. But one thing is that maybe I would like to say is that I have learned to trust the students. If the question is meaningful and they know what is the purpose of the task or exercise, I think they can do it. Me, myself, I have moved from the source of information to the direction of a guide who gives instructions and helps them when they need any help. That's about it.
Thank you. During the coffee break, Stefan asked me that what happens in the teacher education and teacher training, and I asked Johanna to reflect this aspect for the prepared turn.
Yes, the subject science teachers are educated both at in 3 places: at the subject department, science education department, at the teacher education department, and at the training schools. So there are many teacher educators for them, and they have science education courses in all of those 3 places. Currently, at the teacher education department and at training schools, the becoming teachers are told about this problem, project-based learning. And possibly they get the chance to see a unit going on in the teacher training schools, but it's more according to the interests of the lecturer or the mentor teacher at the moment if they got chance to it. So I think we should put more emphasis in the future to have a more systematic and coherent way in order to how the student teachers are learning to be a teacher according to project-based learning. So that's, I think, our challenge, because as Panu told, the traditional way of thinking, teacher as a source of information, more the role of the teacher is much different in a project-based learning course. So you get to learn it, and the student teachers should get experience of it already in the teacher training school, so they could get support in it. It's very difficult to learn it on your own when you're in the field as a teacher. So I think emphasis should be put there, and as well as, of course, how to spread the ideas in service teacher training should also emphasize, I think. And one important thing is, because now when I teach the science teachers, the information, the sources, where they could see examples, lesson plans, other things, they are still, I think, very weak at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And Deb, I ask you to reflect something about working with US teachers. You have done that a lot.
Yes, so one of the things that we have seen is working with the teachers in sessions where they're very collaborative and where we have teachers that have different experience with project-based learning has been very helpful. And so because we're right now in maybe we have some teachers that even have had 3 years of experience teaching this, it's very, very helpful because then the teachers can work together and share, and they can share strategies on what worked with them, what worked with their students. They can help other teachers see that there is a trajectory for teachers in learning themselves, and that the first year it's very difficult because teachers are just trying to figure out, how can I get through this unit, how can I follow these lesson plans, whereas by the second year, teachers can start to kind of reflect on their own practice a little bit more, make adaptations that work for their students, figure out what works best for them, and just having this collaborative environment where they have support from other teachers that have been doing it before has been very helpful. But also the teachers who have had experience can give them some tips, things like, one of the things that a lot of our teachers have seen is that for their higher end students, this kind of instruction can be very challenging because they are very good at school, at doing traditional school. So when they want you to just say, what's the answer? Just tell me what you want me to do and I'll just do that. Whereas what we're also seeing in some of the students that may not have been as successful in traditional situations are feeling like they have more access, and these are their physics classes where before they didn't think they could be successful. Those kinds of students are finding themselves being more successful than they ever have been before. So for the teacher, finding the balance between how do I support those students that they're finding this challenging where normally they don't find school challenging, and how do I support also those students who are suddenly feeling like they can be successful in science when they haven't been before. Having that range of students in their classroom, have other teachers being in the professional learning sessions, they help each other, and that's been really good to see that growth in the teachers. The other thing that we've seen is that teachers, once they start doing this, we have in the U.S., we have 3 units for physics and 4 units for chemistry. And what we saw was some of the teachers, when they started teaching these units, started looking at, well, how can I change the other parts of my curriculum so that it can be this project-based? Because I'm seeing that the kids are more excited and more interested when they have questions that they're trying to answer that are related to their lives rather than what they had been doing traditionally. And so getting support from the other teachers to help them figure out how to change the other parts of their curriculum as well has been something that we've just really gotten some really good working partnerships with our teachers.
There were several questions, or at least some questions about this, how teachers work together with researchers in the project. I think we can come back to that later, but there are questions for the students that if you can reflect or remember this unit, and do you find any that kind of aha moments or situations where you seem to grab the idea of this falling objects, if you remember this Suoratin paperi demonstration. So can you recognize or remember any of that kind of situations that, okay, that was the moment?
Well, it was like graduate, and at first you like realized, oh, this is the thing that like is the point in this situation. And then you do more different kind of situations, you find more things that affect the thing, and when you finally are starting to like put these little pieces that you've personally collected, and even in that moment you're like, oh, I'm getting somewhere, this is fun, like I want to do more, even if it's difficult. I remember it was difficult at the time, but when you work together, of course, you start like collecting this puzzle, and when you finally get to the final answer and you form this answer that about all of the things that affected it and why and in what situations, you get this like, wow, I really did something. Because at first I remember watching the exercise, like this is what you have to do, and I was like, I don't understand anything about this text that I'm seeing, and I'm supposed to answer to this in like a week. But then after the week, when we had done all of those and I could answer it, it was amazing. It was a good feeling.
The others want to add something, or?
I guess they're feeling the same.
Okay, great. In this project-based learning units we designed with teachers, we really tried to focus on the conceptual tools, that there are some, it is not only fun or counterintuitive or something that puzzles, but also at the same time there is the design so that can we offer some that kind of conceptual tools to solve that puzzle in the first place. And that was the very hard thing to design during these units. And what about Panu and Johanna? How do you feel the designing of the units in general, and especially in this mechanics unit designing?
Designing of the unit, I think it was gradual progress what we made. It didn't happen at the very moment, and I need to, from the beginning of this PIRE project, I need to construct my ideas a bit. What was the meaning of this method? And it took a while for me. And sorry, I don't remember. Would you like to comment?
Yeah, I think it took quite a long to design the project. We started many years ago. 2-3 years ago. What was it? Maybe.
Later.
Yeah.
6.
Yeah, but this mechanics unit.
Yes, mechanics.
Yeah, but it has been. I could have not done it myself. I would have lost in my ideas. So it was really important to have this collaboration between schools and between teachers, and we had many emails and we shared a lot of documents.
Yes, I think the meetings were afterwards. When you look at those meetings, what we had, they are very fruitful and useful. We had some great ideas from experts like Jari and Kalle, who were attending always there, and we changed ideas between teachers, and finally we came up for a unit. And I think the unit will be a little bit different whoever does the unit. So the unit would suit for the group that you are teaching at the moment.
Can you, Deb, say something about how you work with US teachers? It's somehow similar process as we have.
Yes, very similar process in that the teachers worked collaboratively. We had individual teachers that were kind of the lead teacher for a specific unit, but then as the other teachers were enacting the units, they would work together collaboratively and share documents and share changes and ideas. And one of the things that we really try to support with teachers is this idea that there are certain features that are part of project-based learning, but that the way they get enacted in individual classrooms are dependent upon that teacher, the teacher's style, and what works with those students. And so having this collaborative group of teachers working together and sharing ideas about what worked in their classroom allowed the curriculum to become even richer as the teachers were working together on it. So we would have sessions where they would work on Saturday, and we would go through parts of the curriculum, and then we would have video conferences where teachers would share ideas as they were actually trying out the lessons in their own classroom. And so they were getting support from each other as they were actually doing the lessons and making changes along the way there as well. And so then those changes became a part of the written curriculum as we worked together. And then there were people that were like me who's done a lot of work with project-based learning, and then we had professors also that were content-based professors that could give support as well.
So this research has been kind of design-based research. So we were interested about phenomena that is perhaps not possible to see in the classroom before we have designed it in the classroom. And that process takes quite a long in order that we can say that, okay, now we believe that we have project-based learning in a class. And teachers also agree that, okay, now I understand the basic ideas, and okay, this is the change I needed to do. And then one question from the audience was that I hope that everyone comment. What was the most difficult in this project-based learning? Deb, you can start because you have mic.
I have the mic. Well, I think one of the things that I've heard teachers say was very difficult is this idea that Vana was talking about was becoming more of a facilitator rather than the holder of all the knowledge, and really supporting students in the kind of discussions that you heard them talk about. And so in the beginning, most of the teachers we work with didn't feel very confident in their ability to help the students, to really support them, sharing with each other, asking questions of each other, working together in a really productive way. And this is something that most of the teachers felt like they got better at over time. We did try to support that with some strategies and question starters and things like that to support the teachers in the classroom of what kinds of questions can you ask the students, or what kind of discourse moves can you have the students use with each other to help them with ideas about productive talk, as well as just asking questions. One of the things that many of the teachers, when we started this work, complained about was when we talked about having the students generating their own questions, they were like, we can't get the high school kids to ask questions. They don't know how to ask good questions. They're used to being asked questions and expecting to give answers, not to give questions. And so even in the very beginning, some of the teachers were talking about, we're gonna spend a whole class period having kids generate their own questions. That seems like it should be like 5 minutes. And then when they tried to do it with the students, they realized, oh, it really did take a while for kids to learn how to ask their own questions, to collaborate together to really evaluate the questions and find out, are these really good questions? Are these questions we're gonna actually be able to answer, to try to test in a really productive way? And so I think for a lot of the teachers, that's where a lot of the most challenging work came from.
I agree with you with the same thing, and then the classroom sizes are quite big in high school, 30 and more students often, and if I'm the only one teacher there, then it's quite, if there are many groups and everybody is involved in different experiments, and then some have technical issues they would like to have help in, and some are considering more other things. So it's this classroom management is one which is quite challenging for the teacher, but also the students, as you said, are used to a certain kind of instruction. So it's a challenge for the teacher to encourage them to investigate and to proceed. And as you said, it was in the beginning was very difficult, and so the role of the teacher is to encourage and support the students to continue the experiment and not just sit there and wait for the answer from the teacher.
Challenges would be, or the most difficult ones, is that find maybe the right questions so that you have only certain amount of time. And so maybe the Finnish school system is not the best one where the project-based learning fits, because we have 6.5 weeks or 18 lessons where we have to do our course, and it takes a little bit, you have to find the right questions so that you can do these phases of project-based learning method in certain time, that you move on and move on to the next phase, so that you can finish the unit and you can finish the course in time.
We listed bad things about this, but they were actually like difficult things for us. So do we have any else?
We were talking about this, like when you have the big picture, that is the one that you should answer to. You have the one big question, or like, yeah, you have the driving question, and then you start doing these little things. You start looking at this situation and all these small things, and it was really difficult to understand that all of these come together, and how they come together was like the most difficult, when usually it was the teacher who tells us, oh, this is why they come together, and this is how you see it from here, and this is where you can see it in this situation. But now you had to do it yourself, which was difficult, but when you get used to it, I think it comes gradually more easier, but it's still a thing that not many students are used to doing, so it must be difficult for everyone at the start.
I have my fourth course coming up, and it's still kind of hard. But yeah, it's true. Learning to not rely on a teacher is very hard, because coming up with answers yourself or in a group where you may not feel comfortable saying your own ideas is very hard, especially in high school. So, yeah.
Would you like Johanna comment something or no? Okay. You in the first comment, some of you said that okay, there is this freedom, and okay, that is good and bad, depends on some mystical issue, how to focus, and in this project-based learning, teacher is not anymore there all the time directing and pushing some ideas, that it is put some responsibility for the students, more responsibility for students, and many teachers have found that very difficult as well, that they are not secure by themselves that to give freedom for the students, and struggling all the time that I'm not, how can I do this because I am not teaching anymore, and then they are not succeeding in the matriculation examination because I didn't set this thing in the third lesson. And then when they think this aloud, then okay, perhaps it is the student's responsibility to do work, and my responsibility is to help them to work with the concepts and work with the topics and issues. And another comment, you said this it is totally new situation that you are not asked to say only the correct answers, but also asked to say your guesses and your unsecure ideas, and it is the same as in this project in the general level. When you are doing something new, you are unsecure, and others are all so clever and educated and everything, and you are secure to say that okay, I think we found this and we argue based on this idea. Very similar feelings that every researcher has when they are giving their presentation and showing their ideas. And for example, in this project, it has been the one most difficult thing because it is so complicated, this everything, and how we can make a good argument based on this, and how we can say, because we don't even ourselves really understand what all is going on and what is the most important thing. And that is very shareable, this kind of feeling when you are somewhere finding something new, and I think this is the one strength of this project-based learning, is that is emphasized same kind of practices that are some kind authentic in what is to doing science. It is not only the method techniques, but it's also that kind of situations, and I found those very authentic from that kind of research perspective, and at the same time challenge for the teachers. Like Mei Hong's presentation today, how to accept these perhaps negative feelings and what to do then, how to support and agree, and what is the process after that. And I really value of those comments that you shared about this project-based learning, and that is one aspect that, for example, I feel that we need to go further in the unit design. How we, for example, ask students feelings so that teacher can respond those issues as well, and that might be the one issue in the future development of the units, to consider that kind of situations.
Can I say one comment?
Please.
That was an aha moment for me during this project, that I realized that I can give freedom for the students. That really was. And I don't need to tell them all the answers.
One other idea that we found very difficult in in doing this work with teachers was to find relevant driving questions. And that is and we always start with looking at the curriculum. Okay, this is the curriculum. There are this kind of conceptual understanding required, this kind of scientific practices required. And this project-based learning somehow give more room for these scientific practices, as Jari presented some preliminary research results from Finland that okay, students seem to learn more these scientific practices comparing the control group. So that driving question has been, from my perspective, perhaps the most difficult part in this unit design. How to design at the same time concrete and very vague question. That there is room for thinking. And then we found that you mentioned, that what is the whole picture and how all these experiments and analysis connects to each other, was that we found that the tradition is that teachers organize some experiments and activities for the students, and teacher knows how they connect to each other, but perhaps students are not informed how they connect to each other. And one thing that we emphasized was that teachers need to remind students with the driving question that this is the ultimate goal that we are now struggling. This is the goal of our project. We are trying to find out this, why objects sometimes fall in the same acceleration and sometimes with a different acceleration. How we can manage with that. Then next question that I would like at least students to comment, that we have had this, from the research point of view, one very difficult thing has been that we are using this experience sampling method with these mobile phones, and when we have possibility to hear students' ideas and experiences in situ, we tend to are interested to ask very many issues at the same time, because now we have possibility to ask. And we are always struggling that we know that quite many items, but what if we still put one extra because it is so interesting topic. So the idea is that students get this during the lesson, in this module 3 times per lesson, the questionnaire, and then they respond these social emotional learning aspects in the questionnaire. So with this long introduction, the question is short. How do you feel about this, answering these questionnaires?
They weren't answering these questions. They were a pilot group.
Oh, okay. then we can't hear that.
But
case.
we can answer, because
okay.
we answered the same questions as well, or different questions for the teachers.
Yes, we didn't tell you that also a couple of teachers has answered these questions, and Johanna is one of.
Yeah, I think it was very frustrating, to be honest. I counted, there were 25 questions each time, and so 3 times 20. So there were 75 questions I had to consider during the whole lesson, which is quite a lot. So I think I wish you all the luck for using those data. I think there were just too many questions.
Yes, that is the okay. Can you say?
I was just going to say that I thought that the surveys were frustrating for teachers in the beginning. I think they kind of got used to it after a while, but having the whole class stop all of a sudden because they've got pinged and having to answer the questions. I don't think our surveys were quite that long, though. I think that they didn't take quite as long a time, but it was still frustrating to have to stop your instruction. As a teacher, you kind of get into a flow, and all of a sudden you got to stop and let the kids answer these surveys. So I think that teachers found them a little difficult, but I think we got some really great data. So
yes, questions that or complaints that students said in other cases we interviewed them said that, okay, why there is always the same questions?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, always the same questions. And then teachers work together and they said, okay, because of we are interested about those same emotions continually, longitudinally. If you ask different things, then we can't do nothing with this data. And when teachers explained the situation for the students, they were more informed based on the idea and said the thing that, okay, now we understand this is important, this is interesting, and little more emphasis on the responding the questionnaires. And we have made a lot of iterations about the amount of the time for the questionnaires, and then the amount of items and that kind of iterative work. But what Johanna said that of course it is difficult to people to continuously interrupt interrupt working and then respond what was the feeling. But if we are measuring and doing research, we always influence to the situation and that kind of things need to be understood. Anyway, we interviewed in the beginning of this research project where we were interested about students thinking about how they feel answering these questionnaires. Then there were some interviewed students said that, okay, although it is quite often irritating to respond to the same questionnaire, but it helps us to reflect what I am doing. Oh, really, now there's a question, okay, what you are doing, I supposed to focus on learning perhaps, not discussing about the weekend with the peers. And that kind of things might happen. And some students found that in fact positive influence on the idea. But no, I'm sorry, we can't hear your experience of that. Time is running, and I think that there are several topics that would be interesting to hear comments. And we have, Jari mentioned that, what was the banquet or what was the situation after this? Refreshment and something. We can continue that, but I think that in order to be more interactive, I allowed one audience question. Yes, to say. And you can focus the question on a specific person or somehow. Okay, Tommi.
Yeah, thanks. I was interested in whether the aims of the university researchers were always clear to the teachers, or did they align always with those of the teachers?
So was the research goals clear to teachers? So Johanna and Panu, what do you think?
in the beginning, I would say no. But maybe I have some kind of picture when the years go by, but I have to say, maybe I don't understand the whole picture, what the researchers are going to do with these results.
In the beginning, but what about now?
Yes, and I have asked for the data of my class, but I have not received it yet. So it would be also interesting for each teacher to see how your own class did, both in the tests as well as those feelings and optimal learning moments.
What about Jari, Barbara? Would you like to say something? What your feeling in the beginning of the project was about the goal and what we are now?
Of course, it has been an iterative process, so everything is coming more clear and understanding is increasing. But of course, honestly speaking, in the beginning, it was not so clear. That's the truth.
So when you all get the opportunity to read the book, that's one of the things that we talk about. The beginning was tough for everyone. It was tough for the researchers, and it was tough for the teachers. And we were articulating a new dialogue, which also presents all kinds of problems. It took me forever before I understood what DCI meant. I think that it just was a vocabulary, ideas, concepts that really were challenging for all of us. But one thing before we do close, I want to say that I had the opportunity to be in Dina's classroom, Venus' classroom, and a few other people in the back who have not talked, classrooms, and I can honestly say that was some of the best teaching I've ever seen. And I really felt that it was just wonderful to see how the teachers were able to interface with their students, set these experiments up. And watching Deborah do professional development is really amazing. And to the students, thank you so much for being a part of this, because it can't have always been so easy, even though you all said very nice things. I can think of a lot of things that you could have said that probably might not have been so nice. So thank you all. And I just want the audience to know how fortunate you are, Jari, to have such a great group of people. And Callie, you're spectacular too. So thanks so much.
Thank you. And I in the end, I would like to ask all our teachers who are participating in this project to raise hand and show that we are Matti, Timo, Tiina, Ari, any others still. Okay, we have teachers who are participating in the project and put a lot of effort to think what are the driving questions, how to foster students' engagement. And I feel personally that this has been some kind of project-based learning project, this PIRE project, that we have learned. We have had a broad question that how to emphasize, how to improve students' engagement in classroom. And our one trial in the very beginning was project-based learning. And we have tried to understand what is the role of the project-based learning in science learning and engagement. And we are doing that work together with the teachers and students. Thank you.
So now we are coming to the end of this official program, and we are very soon going to the refreshments. But I have to add one thing to my comment. So in the new situation, when the curriculum is changing, it is emphasizing those scientific practices and core ideas in both countries. and there is a information through the PISA that low interest in and low engagement in science learning. So I think it's a situation where researchers, neither teachers, do not know exactly how to behave. And that's why we need that kind of partnership. We trust each other. We are aiming to find solutions together. So the researchers are not having the answers in the beginning. But I think now it's a little bit more clear, maybe not exactly. And Johanna mentioned that she didn't get those detailed information about her class. But on the other hand, we have been sharing kind of one data collection data, and we have been reflection based on the data, so not so detailed. But that's a good comment. I think we should have also that personal data. So I would like to thank the Finnish team very much for having the great time with you and progress. And I'm so happy that we are now here. And I would like to thank the US team. And I think Barbara could say something also before we go. And especially I would like to thank the audience. You have come here, you are still here. And I hope that you enjoyed. And because Risto is not anymore here, I think the Risto would also like to thank you. And also Risto would like to thank the speakers. So thank you for great presentations and sharing the important ideas. So thank you once again. And Barbara, you have the last voice, and then we go to the outside.
Ready? Anyway, just once again, thank you all for coming. Buy the book. Everybody. And I should say, too, that Stefan has a book here. Yeah, buy this one, too. This one is based on his presentation. And do you have one, too? Do you have one?
Only in German.
Oh, well, all right. Well, we can all work on that. Anyway, really thank you all very much for coming, and please feel free to write us, email us. We're more than happy to speak to everyone, to answer questions. I kept a record of all the questions that were asked. They were great. And it really was wonderful to have such a responsive audience. And thank you again. And hey, this has really been wonderful. Thanks. Bye-bye.
So Kalle is checking, is it ready?